Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education a retreat to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, Karen couldn't make it tonight, but so she asked me to run this meeting, and it's nice to be doing this again. So it feels nice. But hopefully we can make this efficient, especially because we have so many of our educators here this evening that probably have to go and teach our children tomorrow. So with that, let's go straight into the discussion items, and that is Mr. Branyan and Mr. Watson on the capital budget.
This is the third time you've seen this document. It's scheduled for approval at the business meeting October 23rd. Just a couple items. Geothermal, we haven't spent a lot of time talking about the Hamilton Avenue. There will be an agenda item on the business meeting of October 23rd for interim appropriation. That needs to be outside the normal CIP cycle, simply because every month costs us $25,000 for the rental of the chiller. So we don't want to wait until May or June for that. But that'll be in the October meeting. The pool is the biggest change we have in front of you. We have the placeholder of $30 million for that pool. That was originally based off of just a square foot analysis. The feasibility committee continues to work with that. But however, that 30 million is low. The range that the committee is currently looking at is between 49 and 59 million for the pool. The issue with that is based on a cash flow analysis. There's no way that you're going to be able to go to contract the fiscal year that we're building for. So we need A&E money of about 4 million. So we would ask for the 30 million becomes 4 million, and we push the 30 million out to fiscal year 27, 28. So it will drop the request that the Board of Ed's asking for substantially, but it pushes out in year two, the new number. Likely, if you take the high end, it'll be 59 minus 4, so it'll be 55 million requested for the pool. That's as now, it's not at the design phase. But the professional estimator did take the current work and looked at and applied the Fairfield County factor, which is important. You can't take a national number. You have to provide Fairfield County analysis on what the cost is. So that'll be likely. And we're on target to present the pool for the ed specs to the Board of Ed in the business meeting in November. But that's TBD on
That's a lot of money for a pool. Are we gonna get like a new whole pool pavilion or just the hole in the ground with the water in it?
You definitely get a hole in the ground with water. That's you need that for the pool, but it is the whole thing. The 59 is a brand new building, brand new pool, brand new hole, all of that. But if you put it in perspective, it's also about 70,000 square feet of a facility. So when you look at that from an elementary school perspective, it's a close proximity of a cost of a building. Although it's the pool has limited functionality compared to an elementary school, but if you look at it from a square footage standpoint, it's not out of the realm. I recognize that number is large, and we also recognize other pools have been built cheaper, but based on our professional cost estimate, that's where it lands right now.
So it's gonna be nice. Hopefully.
That is always a goal. But again, from a planning perspective, what we would be asking for is we would modify the CIP request in front of you, asking for 4 million for A&E.
It will go from 31 to 4
It'll go from the 30 to 4.
for 26, 27.
Correct.
And then will 27, 28 go to 75?
It'll go to 55.
On top of the 45.
It's 45 now.
But that's 45 is something else.
30 away.
45 is something else.
That 45, the 40,
And
45.
30 on this year, right? So it goes 45, 75.
the 45 you're referring to is a 43 for
That's
Riverside.
Riverside. That's
No, I'm saying like, we're taking 30 out of 26 and we're adding it to the year. That's all it's adding.
Yeah,
No.
but we're adding a bigger number.
Oh, sorry, you're adding a bunch.
Yeah,
That's why I'm saying that
Yeah,
45 is more like 105, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Yeah, do the math.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. That's,
But the year we're asking for would be 4 million versus the 30
The
million,
vote will only be a difference.
4.
yeah, so you won't get counted.
And we have one just minor adjustment when we looked at the program for plumbing and electrical. We can reduce 20,000 from that line item from an ISD water here. That is not needed. Other than that, there's no other changes that we're proposing. There was conversation last board meeting about playgrounds, whether or not it makes sense to do a playground every year. But in conversations with Parks and Rec, the equipment has changed. It used to be a useful life of 10. They've seen the useful life has increased to 15, 20. So it wouldn't be economical to move to a every year replacement schedule, because then you're essentially not depreciating your asset and you'll be replacing it ahead of schedule. But they do look at all of the equipment in totality when if there's a need for equipment to be adjusted or replaced, but a total replacement, it wouldn't be fiscally prudent to do it every year simply because the useful life doesn't align.
I just searched this, you're gonna hate this, and it's not fair, but it's just,
I usually do. Go ahead.
I just searched up Perplexity. What's the most expensive municipal pool ever built? And it said 37.5 million. I mean, it's not obviously right, but just funny.
We all had sticker shock on that number. The pool committee had a couple more weeks to sit with that. This is the first time you're hearing that number, and it is slightly out of context because you just don't have everything in front of you. But from a planning perspective, that's where we're at. So since this is for discussion only, what we plan to do is we'll make these modifications to the document. We'll present it to you in the October meeting, but it'll be a revised request. Right now on the table is a 43,843. It'll be 17,823. And that's just with the 2 adjustments to pool and then the small 20,000 for ISD.
yeah. So we thought- Right. Anything else on that? No? Okay. Let's move to curriculum plan review cycle. Mr. D'Amico? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Actually being a bad teacher, everyone knows you don't do the handouts and bad talk because no one pays attention to what you're saying. I was looking at handouts, but I'm gonna trust you all.
Okay.
I think.
I decided to prepare some comments tonight to try to keep things moving because we have so much to get to. So let's start with the curriculum management plan. Good evening, everyone. The curriculum management plan is our commitment to you, a clear, transparent view of our current curriculum efforts and our direction moving forward. The visual before you is much like a pilot's dashboard, filled with instruments that monitor every part of the journey. While all indicators matter, some require sharper focus, especially those guiding takeoff and landing. Likewise, we must pay close attention to both newly launched initiatives and those approaching full implementation. Over the past few years, we've taken bold steps to renovate and strengthen our K-8 core curriculum. Think of it as equipping master educators with top-tier tools. Our teachers bring expertise, care, and creativity. It's our responsibility to provide the consistent, high-quality foundation they need to do their best work. For too long, teachers were expected to be both builders and blacksmiths, designing, sourcing, and refining their own materials while also delivering instruction and analyzing results. We believe educators should focus on what they do best, teaching and responding to student learning. Thanks to the tireless work of our academic teams, Our K-8 curriculum is now more cohesive, aligned, and robust than ever. I'd like to publicly thank them for their extraordinary efforts. As we move forward, the next phase is not about introducing more change, but about giving teachers the time and space to master the materials we've invested in. It's time to shift from implementation to expert execution. Our student achievement data affirms the strength of our curricular decisions. We are on the right path. We must stay the course. Sometimes reactions to change can resemble turbulence during a flight, unsettling, even alarming, but just as a pilot remains focused and trusts the instruments, we must remain true to the plan and trust the process we've built. The path is sound and our destination is clear. At the high school level, our curriculum review is more complex, requiring course by course analysis. Greenwich High School boasts over 300 courses, each of which demands thoughtful, targeted resource decisions. We're committed to a strategic revitalization at the 9-12 level. Our team is here tonight and happy to answer any questions you may have. And on behalf of the entire K-12 academic team, we thank you for trusting us to do this work so our teachers can do theirs. Thank you. Any questions about our curriculum management plan? You've seen this layout before. You have 3 pages in front of you. The first page is our elementary, our pre-K through 8 curriculum. It's color coded. You have a cycle key at the top. And then 9-12 is your second page for reference. And our essential areas are on the 3rd page. Yes. Ms. Costin.
So just maybe give us a bird's eye view of what an audit of our K-8 math looks like to you and whoever is doing the auditing of it.
Yeah, so an internal audit is when our program administrator or our coordinator would take the time to review the current resources that are available to teachers. What does that mean? It means we look at all of the data that we have on student achievement to see whether or not the materials are being responsive and effective. We get feedback from teachers and administrators on how well the resources are received out in the schools. It's important for us to do an internal audit first, because if we find, and I think that's going to be the case, and you'll hear that messaging pretty soon from Mr. Reed, that everything is going well and the data supports this, then many times we don't need to then go to a curriculum advisory committee because we're simply going to do a renewal of the materials that we have. And that's a good thing because, again, you don't want to constantly change what teachers are trying to internalize and learn at a level that they can teach extremely well. You'd like to have consistency and stability to whatever extent possible. And that's what I'm really excited about with our K-8 curriculum, is that we're moving into that phase of stability now.
So the feedback, I mean, I'm a parent, I see big ideas, math. So, I mean, I know I like it. I think it's what is helping the children learn. But I don't know the feedback that you get, and Mike Reed could, you know.
Mike, you want to talk a little bit about it?
We'd love to hear the feedback you're getting.
Oh, okay. So the feedback that I'm getting has been informal so far. So this year we'll conduct 2 audits at the various levels to give teachers the opportunity where they don't have to do it on their time, but during maybe a program day, to give us more formal feedback about what they like, what they don't like, what they like to see different, things like that. Teachers are just happy that they have something that is a roadmap for them to use that's very clear. And even more so, they like that they're in year 5 of something that's been stable, whereas Mark alluded to in the past, we just gave them this Connecticut core standards and we said, teach them. And that could have looked very different at each school and in each classroom, even in the same school. So right now, people are super happy. And I actually have them asking me at this point, are we going to have to get a new curriculum soon? Are we going to have to get a new program soon? They keep asking me that kind of stuff. And I say, we're not there yet. We still have 2 more years of this program. But we are going to come up on that pretty soon, and we'll have to make a decision whether or not we want to continue with the current program or whether we want to explore some other things. But I think as Mr. D'Amico stated, you saw in the achievement report that our math had exceptional growth, and I'm not sure that we would get into a cycle of trying to change any variable right now as we're refining all the important things that we're doing in math.
I mean, I'm gonna want at one point for everyone who's in this room to have a chance, but I guess we'll wait for the achievement report on that. Does that make
I
sense?
think that makes.
All right, because that's more of a victory lap. I mean, if you guys don't have any questions, I mean, I think that whatever you're doing here seems to be working because it's coming through in the conclusions of the achievement report. So who are we to question it, I guess?
Okay, let's
Right?
pivot.
Okay, let's go.
At the request of one of the board members, because the achievement report is so long and the video, I think exceeded 40 minutes and we have over 100 slides, I was asked to put together an executive summary trying to kind of capture all of the wonderful news. So let me give it a shot. Tonight, I'm proud to present our 2025 Achievement Report, a celebration of our students' remarkable progress and our district's relentless commitment to excellence. This year, Greenwich students reached new heights. In English language arts, we achieved an all-time high of nearly 80% proficiency in grades 3 through 8, with half of our students scoring at the highest level. Our early literacy program boasts an 88% proficiency rate, and our high school SAT scores are at a 4-year peak. Not too bad. In mathematics, we set a new district record with over 77% proficiency in grades 3 through 8 and a 66% completion rate for algebra by 8th grade. Our math growth ranks 5th in Connecticut, and our SAT scores continue to climb. In science, our students surpassed strategic goals with 82% proficiency in grade 5, 81% in grade 8, and an impressive 88% in grade 11, ranking us 2nd in the state. What's most inspiring is that Greenwich continues to outperform peer districts, even as we serve a diverse student body with higher percentages of special education, English learners, and students receiving free or reduced lunch. Our growth rates in both ELA and math are among the top in Connecticut. Beyond academics, our graduation rate stands at 97%. AP participation is at an all-time high, and our family and student surveys reflect a thriving, supportive school climate. These achievements are a testament to the dedication of our educators, the resilience of our students, and the strength of our community partnerships. Together, we are not just meeting our goals, we are setting new standards for excellence in public education. Thank you for your continued support and commitment to Greenwich's success, but I'm not done. Now, I'm going to tell you what I find most impressive, some statistics. English language arts, grade 3 through 8 SBA achievement, all-time high of 79.5% proficiency, 50% students scoring at level 4, ranked 9th in Connecticut for SBA achievement and growth. K3 Dibbles, 88% average proficiency, building a strong foundation in early literacy. SAT grade 11, English language arts, 86% of students scored at or above proficiency, a 4-year high. High needs students improved by 8% over last year. Mathematics, grades 3 through 8 SBA achievement, record high of 77.6% proficiency with 56.4% of students at level 4, the highest level. Ranked 10th in Connecticut for achievement and 5th for growth. Algebra by grade 8, 66% of students completed algebra by 8th grade, up 8.1% from last year. And the SAT grade 11, 63.8% proficiency, a 3.2% increase from last year. And let's not forget about science. NGSS achievement grades 5, 8, and 11. Grade 5, 82% proficiency, all-time high. Grade 8, 81% proficiency, all-time high. Grade 11, 88% proficiency, ranked 2nd in Connecticut. Greenwich outperformed districts with similar or higher socioeconomic status, despite having higher percentages of students with special needs, 16%, English language learners, 5.4%, and students receiving free reduced lunch, 20%. Our growth rate, SBA, ELA grades 4 through 8, 56.9%, ranked 9th in the state. Math growth rate, grades 4 through 8, 63.1%, ranked 5th in the state. High school success, AP participation, 47% of 11th and 12th graders enrolled in 2 or more AP courses, 77% in at least one honors course. Graduation rate, 97%, meeting the district's strategic goal. AP exam growth, 35% increase in AP exams taken since 2021. And community and climate. Family survey, 90% positive response, exceeding the goal by 9%. Student sense of belonging, over 80% of elementary students and 73% of high school students report a positive sense of belonging. Pretty good.
Sort of a mic drop moment. Okay.
Now, I know you didn't come here to listen to me, and I appreciate you extending me the courtesy of going through all of these statistics. But truthfully, it's our over 900 teachers that are listening that deserve all of the thanks and praise. And it's all of the fantastic people that are sitting behind them. I truly hope, and I don't know if we have any reporters here tonight, but I truly hope that our performance is the story of the Greenwich Public Schools moving forward.
Good. Well said. I mean, it's, yeah, the only thing I was going to say is I liked what you called out because I think it's important. We don't call things anymore Durg A and Durg B technically, right? But I still think it's important when you showed where we stood, that we are ahead of a lot of those
I think
districts.
we're making New Canaan very nervous.
Right, with a very different profile
They look
of a
great.
district. And so it's impressive. And I think it's the consistency, right? In the curriculum, it's the people that are delivering it and it's leadership. So, and obviously it's the 8 of us, but yeah. So uh-huh. Come on, Laura. So how do you want to, I'm happy to ask a few questions, but I do want to hear from everyone as well. So
I guess if you want to try to have some semblance of order, we can either take it by content area or level.
do you guys have a
Do you have a
preference?
preference? Maybe you want to talk about
Sure.
ELA first?
You go in grade order? I mean, do you like go grade and content order, right? Is that what you were thinking?
Well, I was thinking if we brought up the ELA administrators first, they could talk all about ELA.
Okay.
All right? Okay.
While they're doing that, can you actually there was one thing in the video, 48 minutes. Where you mentioned there's this DPI being better than an achievement.
Yeah,
Like,
Mike Reed has been chomping at the bit to explain that to all of you.
okay.
So if you would like, he would like a crack at it.
Sorry, I do. I was like,
Okay. The district performance index.
Okay, so to try to keep this as simple as possible, we have a lot of metrics across the various grade levels. We have the SBA, we have the SAT, we have the CTAA. For those of you that aren't sure what that is, that's our comprehensive assessment that we use for kids with impairments and things like that. And so what the state does is they take all of those metrics because they're on different scales. You can't average them together. So they created a scale where they were able to average them all together so that they could really gauge the performance of the districts in the state. And so they do this in ELA, math, and science. And the very interesting thing about it is with the very affluent districts, you see their achievement is high, but then their DPI will be lower because growth is factored into this. What the state is trying to do is they're trying to get us to target every kiddo to make sure that they grow based on where they start. And they know that districts may have a tendency to try to just focus on the kids that are just below proficiency because that's where you can focus your time to get them to be above the bar that we've set for achievement. And so the state is trying to acknowledge/reward districts that are growing every student. And so when you look at our achievement versus our DPI, you notice our DPI is higher because our growth rate is higher than a lot of these other districts, which means we're growing our students, no matter where they start, super, super high or low, at a rate that's better than, most of the districts in the state.
See, I knew it was something I was gonna like. Thank you.
Welcome.
So we have Bridget and Kim here for any questions that you have regarding English language arts K through 12.
Well, what would you attribute your success to if you could pinpoint something?
So we've been doing a lot of work in ELA over the last 5-6 years. And I do believe we have put together a comprehensive approach to early literacy where we're seeing year-over-year gains. We're seeing kids rise up with a solid set of skills. If you think about our first class of kids that started with foundations from kindergarten, that's our current sixth graders. Our fifth grade scores are the highest they've ever been. They were second in the state, right under New Canaan. So we feel really confident that we are building all of those early literacy skills as we rise up. I think especially our feeder programs are strong and keep moving, but also we have really looked at our middle school curriculum as well. Our teachers are more cohesive. We're really aligning our instruction to standards, and there's a lot more collaboration amongst our English teachers across the district. So I think we're seeing a lot of growth in that area. And also, I think everybody in this room at the elementary and the middle school level have really made an effort to look at the data that's in front of them, help teachers make data-informed decisions. And then coupled with our early intervention program through MTSS, we've really, in the last 3 years, 4 years, have rewritten our handbook, really looked at our procedures, looked at our how we are finding our students that need early intervention and making sure that they're seen by a literacy specialist or a math interventionist or part of our intervention staff for behavior or speech and language. So early intervention, robust curricular resources, effective teaching, and cohesiveness across the district and ELA.
The SBA growth, SBA ELA growth goal for grades 4 through 8, I think was 75%. Is that right? This is from the video.
Yes, in year 2 on the strategic plan, we have the goal was 75% as written for our strategic plan.
And we were
when
at
we start.
56 or 57%.
Correct. We were at 56.9.
What is, how do you feel about that?
And we're looking at slide 40, which is that chart across Connecticut. And when we compare ourselves to some of the districts that we compare ourselves to, we are 9th in the state for growth, right under New Canaan at 6th, and at a 59.8% growth. So we are up there in growth. And I think the metric at the state level is we're in that top tier of growth. We're not at the 75% that we put on our strategic plan, but compared to other districts, I don't know that any other district is performing at that 75% growth rate in the state. So we're happy with our growth. It's not at that measurement, but I think we're doing good things for all of our students.
So was it a mistake? Was it an unrealistic goal that was set?
I think the term was stretch goal. I think we've been looking at that for the last 2 years. The data that we pulled last year was very similar. We were in a similar kind of growth ranking compared to our peers. So we're high in the state ranking for growth, but still not meeting those strategic goals that we set.
Do you see any, when you look at it on a per school basis or break down the patterns, do you see things where you'd say, actually, I see a weakness spot here? Or is it just that it was totally unattainable from the outset?
Talking about the 75%.
Yeah, sure. Just using that as a benchmark. 'Cause it's always interesting when someone says, here's what I'm going to achieve, and then they're off it. And then usually that says, okay, let's dig into what's going on.
I
And
think-
then what the pieces are. Because it sounds like the first answer was, well, don't worry about the goal. It wasn't really real to begin with. And ninth place is good enough or whatever. But I'm curious if it has drawn us to look at the different components and say, like, for example, one thing that stood out to me was that Central seems weaker. And so is it something about particular schools, or like, just curious about what bubbles to the surface when you have a large gap like that?
I think to start out the conversation, I think we had a lot of conversations about the growth goal in ELA in particular 4 years ago when we were creating the strategic plan. And I think to Tony's point, we were saying how we want 100% of our kids to meet their growth target. Whether or not with all the things that go into that, we're going to get there. We may or may not get there, but we are sure trying. And everybody in this room knows the growth rates of their school. They know the growth rates of each individual student, and they're working individually with their teachers to know what kids need, how many percentage points to grow, and they're working on interventions within their schools to make that happen. So no, I haven't, to your point, itemized each school, but I know the people in this room are working really, really hard to make sure that every student is getting close as they can to their growth rate.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think just as a reminder, it's a decision the board made in putting the strategic plan together, and we talked about it a lot. So, we were basically giving the board what they wanted, and part of the discussion was, why would we build a strategic plan that says we're going to hit 58% when we want to hit the target, and the target is 75% by the state? And so the board wanted that in the plan, and we're all comfortable with that because we know we're knocking it out of the park with growth. But everybody in the state, they're tough metrics. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's good for us. But again, the growth that we're seeing is top in the state. If we want to change that little chart, we can change that. But then we're actually saying as a school district, we don't really need everybody to hit, their target. That's okay. And that was the discussion that we had about 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think the thing I was interested in was, I'm just looking at some of the data from this. The Central's tricky because you have the different components, the elementary schools, but you have North Street and Parkway are hitting their state growth numbers. And then you don't know exactly what the share, you can't like build a weighted average because I don't know exactly, or you guys could because you have the data, but if I'm playing around with it, I can't because I don't know what the split for Parkway is into Central. Not that I couldn't go figure it out, I guess. But then I think COSCOB and JC are lagging. And so on a blended basis, the CMS growth data lags significantly, at least North Street and Parkway. And so understanding what was driving that was kind of the interesting, because I feel like you could, to the point of having these goals, you can bridge a lot of it. I think with just getting Central at least on track with North Street and Parkway.
Well, to that point, Cody, that's why we created the priority school model last year, was so that we could identify the schools that were underperforming and identify ways to accelerate their progress. And I think what you'll see is in many cases with our priority schools, their rate of growth has been exceptional. And I'm happy to have any one of them come up and talk about their performance and their rate of growth. And I think if we maintain the priority school model over the next few years, I think we will close what basically we're calling is a gap between our 11 schools. Yeah.
I'm going to channel Dr. Mercanti Anthony and ask about Lucy Calkins and the science of reading, and whether that he always says it needs to be expunged from, our district. I just wondered if we have anything left of it.
I'm gonna channel, we do, and I'm gonna channel the comments that I shared in the spring, which is unfortunately, and I've read his op-ed, the research that he cites is antiquated, and it's a reflection of the original version of the units, which we do not use. And if you look at the end of the article, you will see that it even speculates that it's hard to determine whether the new units will have an impact until we see achievement results. Well, I have achievement results for you. And I think that the units are a value add. And so again, I think when you look at the research and the criticisms, they are all fair of the original units. But we would have never gone with or adopted the revised units if we didn't feel that as part of our compendium of resources, it would be an effective instructional tool for our teachers to have.
When did they come out with the new resources?
So over the last several years, so we've been, we started in K2 with reading, then we brought in K2 writing. We're now shifting into the 3-5 writing, and then we will follow up with 3-5 reading. So we'll be done by the end of next year.
But is there robust research on it if it's a new product?
So it's not a new product. What they did was they went back and they looked at the areas of deficiencies and bolstered them. So Kim can talk a little bit about some of the things that are included in the newly revised units that we carefully looked at internally before deciding to use them.
So some of the research that went into the new units, it's just like if you have a math curriculum, right, and they come up with a revised unit. So this was after 10 years of implementing these units, they revised them to make sure that they included science around knowledge building, which making sure that we are reading multiple texts about the same topic so that we can have robust discussions about content, we can have robust vocabulary acquisition. And we know that when kids have more background knowledge, more content knowledge, more vocabulary, they're more likely to have a stronger reading comprehension skill. The K2 units revised looking at how reading in context with phonics patterns are addressed. So there's a lot of phonics research that are implemented into the new units. Students are reading decodable texts. Students are getting practice within those type of texts. One of the controversial things that were in the old units and in other products as well was the idea of 3Qing, so checking a picture to be able to read a word. That is all not in those units as well. A lot of the pieces of the K2 units are in line and dovetail really nicely with our other compendium resources, including our Foundations research, which is our phonics program. It dovetails nicely with Heggerty, which is our phonemic awareness curricular resource. It dovetails nicely with our geodes, which are knowledge building decodable texts that align with the scope and sequence of Foundations, in addition to also our online platform, Lexia, which kind of ties all of that into adaptable online resource that kind of puts all of that together. So while if you were just teaching units by themselves without a compendium of resources before, you were not hitting phonics because it didn't include phonics, it didn't include phonemic awareness. So a lot of the criticism, in addition to some of the things that were revised, are kind of a moot point. So we are making sure that we are hitting all 5 pillars of reading within the compendium of resources that we have.
Can you just, I'm going to recount what I took away from that and you tell me where my gap is.
Mhm.
So there's an original program.
Mhm.
There's a bunch of academic research that comes out and, about what a disaster it was for kids learning to read. You guys say that's the old program, no good anymore. The people that were making money selling this program and told everybody it was such a great program said, oops, we fixed it, trust us now. And that was recent enough. I think I asked about academic research about that. And what I heard back was they improved things, but I don't know if there's robust research around that. So the people that got it wrong the first time said, we fixed things. And we said, okay, cool. And we buy that. And it's not been evaluated on its own, but it just incorporates other academic research that their salesperson or whoever says, hey, this is here now and it's great. Is that accurate, or has this been kind of studied on its own in the way that the original programs were? And you could point to some paper and say, what does I never say doctor, but now I'm going to invoke, what does Dr. Mercanti Anthony know about reading instruction? He must be wrong about this, because I can point to this paper here, which shows definitively that, this works so well. Is it really just that we're just taking their word for it and they've incorporated all the things that they got wrong for so long?
The answer is no. We did a year-long thorough internal review of the actual materials to make sure that the deficiencies that were cited were actually corrected. So, and again, it's only one component of our reading instruction. So the areas that they were talking about were deficient. We're not even using the units for that. So I think, and Kim's much more articulate to explain phonics than I am, but the biggest knock on it was that there was no phonics component to it. We don't use the units for phonics. And here's an interesting thing, Cody, for you to hear and for everyone to hear. When we met with the state and we applied for our waiver, and they issued a list of resources that we could choose from that they said were okay. Dr. Jones asked for the research that showed that they would be, where's the research that says that these programs have produced effective results? Dr. Jones, do you want to tell the board what the state said?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have it, and they're also not outperforming us now using what we're using. The ones that bought the box that was put forward by the state. And I think that's the whole thing. We feel really good about what we're doing and we're seeing the results.
But I just wanted, so it's not that there's research around the one we're using. It's that we did our own internal 1-year review of it. Because your original comment was Mike is wrong because the research shows he's wrong.
No, what I said was he's using antiquated research. You're trying to make a correlation that what we're using is not effective and is lacking key components of the science of reading. That's not what the article says, and that's not what the research reviewed. The research reviewed the original units. We are not using the original.
But
That's what I'm trying
my
to
point
say.
would be different, which is I would not, maybe more forgiving, I would not buy a product from someone that sold such a terrible product for so long and so adamantly defended it. I would say, you no longer have the credibility and I'm going to move elsewhere. And I think it's interesting that someone like Mike, who I don't know I read the same things you guys read, but someone like Mike, and I think there are other people that I've spoken to in the district, looks at the stuff that is still coming out from that company and the whole, whatever you want to call it, philosophy behind it, and says this stuff is still garbage. There's at least some people that still say that, including one of our own board members. And so I was just curious, it sounds like the basis for it is our own internal 1-year review is the thing that gives us the most confidence about it.
Well, and that we have the materials in the hands of teachers and that the student achievement results are indicative of success. So I think when you look at whether or not you're going to buy something, you want to know whether it's effective. And so we've been using this program, and the pipeline of students coming up from our primary grades are stronger than they were in the past. And so there is a correlation there, Cody, between the materials we are using, the instruction we're providing, and the results we're attaining.
There's no one who does teaches AP stats in here, right? I just want to, obviously that's not a valid argument because you don't know what it would have been had you used any other curriculum. So just to say, well, we like the results, so therefore this thing that's 1/5 of the overall curriculum works. I mean, that wouldn't stand up to our math curriculum.
You're right in the sense that if we adopted one of the approved curriculums by the state, I also would have no idea because they didn't provide us with any research.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a non sequitur. My point is the whole basis for what we're doing is a 1-year internal review on something that at least the only board member that we have that is a practitioner and studies it, but there are other folks who we've all spoken to, or some of us have, who also are practitioners of this that have serious concerns over it. And I just think it's interesting to flag that you have this company out there and this program that propagated this really horrible thing on kids for a very long time, and they've corrected it. Okay. And we're very comfortable using it on the basis of our own internal review. And to me, that's a red flag, and we don't need to beat a
Just
still
like-
living horse on this, but
Yeah, you can have one thing and then I think we should move.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're getting into an area where you're talking also about just scientific research. And most of the publishing companies actually hire the people that do the research, that put out the white papers. Most of them don't have really robust research behind them. And I think basing an educational decision on a podcast that came out, yes, it's highly political, and the reading wars have existed for, I don't know, as long as I've been in the profession, a long time. And so you have to make the local decisions that are right for your teachers, that are right for your kids. And you have to get in and dig in and look at the materials and see if they're going to work. And I think the piece is the districts that only relied on that for years and didn't have anything else. That is not what we're doing. And you turned out pretty good. And I bet you had the units of study.
Admittedly, can I just add one thing? So I was gonna say, I did my own. I don't.
but I didn't invoke a podcast. Podcast is easier
It's
to
better at math.
run away from. But I feel bad that Mike's not here because I can't do this on his behalf. But I would say that I've spoken to other people who are credible on this. It's not like I'd say that my point isn't that we're wrong. It's that I see reason to be cautious and to really double click on it. And that's kind of the key point.
Sophie? It's seriously.
No, I appreciate your point that you can never do a perfect experiment, right? Because you're always having different kids coming through. Yeah, with different schools and different curriculum, and you don't know. And I mean, I did want to comment that I'm so happy with the way that you presented the data this year, that it is much easier to follow the cohorts through the various different years. So I just wanted to say thank you, because I know that was a comment we made last year, and I was watching the presentation today, and it's like, oh, look, like it all lines up, and I can track them through, and I can see how everyone is doing. So to me, that was like very helpful and really showed the gains that we're making. But just to Cody's point, something I will say, when I was visiting all the different elementary schools, I got a lot of comfort of seeing the reading programs and the consistency in every classroom, in every school, going across what they're learning. And I really liked the Heggerty Foundations. And as a parent, my third kid didn't have that program, and now my fourth kid has, and I see how helpful it is to the children. And so I just see it not as an educator, I'm not a PhD like Mike, but as a parent, I do see that it's so much more accessible, the curriculum. So, and obviously we are seeing gains, and we can't run a perfect experiment, but it seems like, looks pretty good to me.
Okay, if we could keep moving, and Tom and Dana, can you please just come sit with us? Because watching you stand is like, I feel like I'm at the back of a church. So just like, I mean, obviously we have a lot of room. And I mean, I don't know, Ralph, do you want to give your team more space? Like maybe you come sit up here just in general?
Do you want to switch to mathematics?
No, I don't know. I want to hear from Bridget. I want to hear about the high school.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you want to ask?
I mean, whatever you think you want to share. Tell me like something good, something bad.
Oh, okay. I'll respond to Ms. Costin's comment about what worked. And I think we definitely have the fire in the belly, especially being so close to some of the scores, like the top in the state. I don't need to name them, but we're quite close. And I think we are really intent on knocking some of those schools out. So watch out. But I would say the English department works really closely with a powerful ally, that's social studies. We really work together on SAT preparation, for example, and we don't let it dominate our classes. We are working naturally. We leverage STEM skills. I mentioned last time, we target the grammar that's going to be essential, and we do the practice in a natural way, so it's woven into the questioning we're doing. So we're happy about that. We're happy that we really have looked at the high needs kids, and we're really trying to raise those scores and have done so. So we're happy about that. In terms of the AP scores, those two AP English scores, those tests are hard if you ever look at them. I was talking about this at dinner. The AP Lang, the first question after 55 multiple choice is you synthesize 7 articles, including graphs, and you have to write a claim-driven essay. It's exhausting, and then you do 2 more essays for 2. They're tough. That's the test, AP Lang, that had the highest numbers of takers. It was our highest number ever, and we hit 4.0. And that's great. I'm so proud. The teachers have done a great job. And AP Lit, you could have a medieval poem, you could have anything. They're challenging. All the APs are challenging, but our score is a bit higher than last year, which was a great score. So we're really, really proud of the hard work our students do in the times when we have a lot of reluctant readers in the world. And these kids are doing the reading and doing the writing, and we're really happy with it.
Anyone? Do you? Yeah, go ahead, Sophie.
I can't remember, was this year or last year was the first year that we have kind of less of the gatekeeping around taking the APs, and I just was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit.
We haven't, when I taught AP Lit, back in the day, when we were in caves scoring these things, but we had such tight gatekeeping that I wondered my first year, what we expected of kids, what we would expect at the end of the course. It was such a high expectation. But we haven't for years we haven't had an AP entrance test. So it's been pretty open for the AP courses. Students understand it's going to be a very rigorous challenge. And the AP Lit, you're a senior. There are other things some seniors want to do. So they're committing to a full year of hardcore work, and that's great. But we really haven't, the numbers are about the same. AP Lang has grown and grown and grown, but it hasn't suffered at all, I think, but certainly the scores haven't.
Actually, you raise a good question. How many of your seniors actually take the AP exam?
It's on the chart, so the AP Lit was it's 120 something, and the AP.
No, but I'm saying how many are actually enrolled in AP?
Oh.
Because I bet there's a few that are like, no, thanks, I'm into college.
No. For AP courses from day one, for English courses, we say if you take the course, you take the exam. So I would say 1 or 2 at the last minute or drop out or sick or whatever, but we really expect the kids to take the exam. We want to know how we did. And it's a really good experience for students. So we do expect them to take the exam. We're very clear on that. If they don't take the exam, we've always asked them to take a stand-in exam that's a release test and take it at that time. We proctor that. So we've been very successful with that. So 300-something students took that course. We didn't have that many more took it, they didn't take it. No, we've had very good luck with that.
I was just curious, how do you think about, like, what is I'm asking this because I don't know. It's not like a leading the question thing. How should you interpret the wide range of average scores for different classes? Like there's all these tests are, correct me if I'm wrong, are benchmarked on the same, like a 3 as an average or something nationally, something like that. Is that right?
Well, you mean across like curriculums?
No, I mean like
science to.
Yeah.
No, because it's weird. Like computer science, I know this stuff now. Like computer science, it was crazy. In order to get like Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but to get a 5, you had to be like 90% or something like that. Whereas in BC Calc, to get a 5, you're like 70%.
But they're all grading on, isn't that just grading on a curve? I guess my question was like, what is it that is intrinsic to like AP art history that makes the score so low, and AP biology that makes the score so high? It's just interesting that there's not like, you have a lot of kids taking these tests that they conform around. Some are just really low scores and some are really high scores, and it just seems like I don't know how to explain that to myself. I was wondering if you have.
Don't know how to answer that, but I would say in the courses that you'd think would have the same basic skills, when the 10th graders AP Lang and AP History, they get roughly the same. They're very much in the same ballpark because you're talking about common skills, really critical reading and strong writing. So those courses, when we compare the history and English course in 10th grade, they're very similar and very strong.
I figured go if they were mine, but yeah. Whatever you want. Is a way to interpret that it's a mixed thing of just the students? You have similar students, they get similar scores, and different students, different scores?
I don't think so, because I feel like I mean, AP art history is known to be like nearly impossible. I don't know why, but that, like, I've known a lot of kids who are like, no, thank you. Like, they have no problem taking AP physics, but then they'll like take the AP art history and we'll get like a 3 and they'd get a 5. Like, this is something, is this not common knowledge? Feel free to.
But it's not like
jump in.
but aren't these all, aren't AP tests all indexed to the same curve? Like, so every kid in the country could get a 2 on the AP US history test? They don't like rebase it to?
Well, I don't know, I'm curious, I actually would look.
It's graded on, it's scored based on a rubric that teachers who do the scoring sit with. It's not a. Or
Oh, really?
So like everyone, so whoever scores the AP art history is just a real pill?
Seems so fun.
Right?
Well,
I think there's, I don't know. The kids seem to know. I just put it that way.
Can I just ask, the College Board has certain criteria and that also lends itself within the grading process for the different subject areas. And so different subject areas would also have different points or skills that they want to emphasize or test as well. I mean, anybody would want to talk to the College Board aspect of it because these are not school-driven tests. These are done through the College Board as well.
Absolutely. One of our teachers scored AP lit tests last year and something like 70 hours worth of scoring on her own time. And she was given a rubric. She was trained on it and tested on her scoring and then scored them. So against that rubric, not a curve or something else. And she came back with a font of information for us. So it was a great experience. And she said, you know, for the literature test and the Lang test, it's very hard for kids to get this last point, which is sophistication point. And just think about that's so abstract, but that's the point that's the hardest to establish and show. But again, it was to a rubric.
Okay. We're really clocking. Okay. Can we move to math? Yeah. Andrew, we're gonna ask you like 1,000 questions now about the AP exams because maybe you have the secret sauce. But aren't, okay,
ready to share that with you, Coden.
impossible, impossible, apparently.
All fun till you come up here.
Okay. Mike, you wanna share something interesting? He's scared now.
I could go on and on. Yeah, I'm really proud to speak to what Mr. D'Amico was talking about early on about the consistency that we've sort of stayed with across the district. You know, over the years, like I said, we were kind of all over the place in the last 5 years coming out of what I call the Great Reset. We've been very consistent with what we're doing and we just sort of make these fine-tuned little tweaks every year. And so I guess the one thing I'd really love to share is one of our digital partners, Reflex, which is helping us with fact fluency, where each kiddo goes in the early grades, 2nd and 3rd, but it follows them to 4th and 5th, maybe even 6th sometimes. We're really building their capacity to have their math facts memorized, which I think is freeing up their working memory to be able to attack more rigorous tasks. And if any of you have ever seen one of these SBA assessments, they are very, very tricky. There's a lot of reading that you have to get through. And if you don't know your facts, they become almost impossible sometimes to figure out because you're thinking so much about what's 7 times 6 that you can't even think about what the question is actually asking you. So I'm really proud that we've sort of figured out our recipe over the last few years. And we've seen that jump this year, like I said, 5%. We were kind of clockwork, 2%, 2.5%, and then we just jumped 5%. And to reference Kim from earlier, the pipeline we're building from the lower grades. We're really seeing dividends with that now. I think I'm also very proud of what we do with our zero block kiddos at the high school. That is growing. And this year, I think we have somewhere around 17 or 18 students in Honors Algebra 2 at the high school, ranging from 6th to 8th graders. I think that's a really cool thing that we do in this district that our surrounding districts don't really do, and we value it. And just for anybody who's budget conscious, if we decided not to have it, we would have to pay for Johns Hopkins Center for Talented Youth and support these kiddos in independent studies. So it's really almost a net neutral sort of wash there if we decided to go another route. So it's a very cool thing that we do in our district, and I'm super proud of that. But really everything goes out to the teachers for the hard work that they're doing, from our interventionists to our classroom teachers, and trusting the support, and to reference again earlier on when we talked about the priority school model, I think was super successful because it allowed the coordinators and various supports to focus our attention very specifically on certain schools. And I think that paid itself off very well. And I have a great counterpart at the high school, Andrew, and we work very well together as I sort of shuffle the kids up to him, and then he stewards them from there. And I'm grateful for everything we have. And it goes without saying, Bonnie O'Regan, who, monitors these kiddos from a very, very early age. And today she was just sharing a story with Mark and I, and maybe later on she'll get a chance to share it, but of a kid who's at Stanford now, and the professor is referencing some of the stuff that she knows and trying to change his curriculum based on that. And, our super bright kiddos that Bonnie shepherds through our district are they're loved and they're taken care of. So I guess I'll stop there, and I'll let Andrew speak to the high school, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. I couldn't have said it any better. Our teachers deserve a tremendous amount of credit for the time and dedication that they put in each day, working with our kids before, during, and after school to help them reach such great successes. I also want to thank the board. A couple of years back when Mike and I were new and we were transitioning to these positions, you had the faith in us to adopt the new program, Big Ideas, as well as some of the other curriculum decisions that we made. And I think as a result of the consistency and the hard work of the teachers and the support of all of you, we are reaching tremendous heights. So thank you. The only other thing I would say that hopefully, as everyone's read by now, and I know Tony was nice enough to put it in the Friday news, our programs are getting noticed, and that is awesome. I've been at this a long time, and to think that we had Ed Week reach out to us this summer to highlight our success in AP Pre-Calculus, as well as our entire K-12 math program, it gives me goosebumps to this day. So we're doing really great things. We're working hard. We still want to do more, but we have, I think, the team and the right approach to reach those new heights. So thank you.
I know I asked Mr. D'Amico this years ago, and I got a very reassuring answer. Do we still have math interventionists and at every elementary?
Yes. Yes, we do.
I find that very reassuring. Thank you.
No, I had a question. Does anyone have a question? While I'm looking for my own question.
I just have a question of now with the new schedule this year at the high school, are you seeing any impact sort of in terms of students' ability to get help, or is it better? Is it worse? Is it making any difference to your program?
Yeah, I think it has had a very positive effect. Our teachers are there in their classrooms every morning at 7:30 offering extra help, and they're a lot of times really insisting on kids come. So that's been great, since the buses do get there by 7:30 and they're able to get into their classrooms and get the extra help that they need. So that's really been a bonus for us as a school, and certainly as a department. Whereas, a couple of years back when we had Opportunity Block, I don't think the kids were as willing to really come in and really benefit from that type of extra help. So again, it's all anecdotal, but I've seen a very positive impact thus far.
I'm just looking at the scores. There's not much you can say about them. They seem to seemingly keep going up, which seems hard, but they are. You seem to have just a decline in the number of students, right? Taking AP Computer Science A and Computer Science Principles. Any reason for that shift?
ChatGPT.
No, it is something that we are watching, Kathleen. You know, it has dropped a little bit. I think some of that may have to do with some of the other requirements that students are being asked to fulfill these days, for example, personal finance. So, you know, that's a great addition, but it comes at a cost. You can only fit in so many electives. So that is something that we're monitoring. And hopefully later this year, College Board is releasing a few new AP classes in computer science, which we're excited about. We're just doing some preliminary research on it right now. I hope to bring it to the board hopefully this year to have you guys learn more about it and hopefully approve some other opportunities for our kids to grow in computer science.
Is it that class that we were already doing, the one class beyond computer science? Any chance that that one's going to align with the AP that's coming out or no?
Not exactly. The newest one that's coming out is on cybersecurity, which is a really hot topic right now. I think there's something like 100,000 jobs and that are going unfulfilled every year because kids or people don't have that training. So that's going to be the next thing I bring forward to you guys. And we're just diving into the syllabus right now to try to figure out if it is something that we can do right away or if it's going to take us a little bit longer to prepare for.
I have a math question. So most of the data that we report on is related to growth or actually it's really related to getting to a certain proficiency level. And so that's obviously super important and an interesting metric. One thing in surveying from what, you know, concerns from people or whatever is the idea that you can help students that are below proficiency by pushing any student above proficiency into more advanced classes and crowding some of the advanced learning tracks. I don't know if that theory has validity or not, but I was thinking about it in terms of the data we have and what we have to measure the performance of already proficient groups. So if you wanted to say, hey, how is our top quartile of performers doing? I don't think we have data currently in here on that, and maybe we do. And just, but my math question was, what is a good way? What would be a good way to measure that? And do you think that's an important thing to measure?
So the way I hear what you're saying is, how do we measure how our kids are growing that are achieving at the highest levels based on these state assessments, which are assessing them at a grade level?
Yeah, and actually maybe just if you're among the students that are already proficient, how are they doing? And you could stratify that into kind of subgroups, but because I feel like the big line in the report is, you know, getting to proficiency, and then it's like, okay, but what from there? And what trends are happening amongst that group?
Right. So we were just looking at this data today, Bonnie and I, and our kiddos that are in the advanced learning track. I think it's something around 96% of them are hitting their growth targets based on what the state is saying for the SBA. But if you really look into that deeply, for those kids, it's usually about 2 grade levels below what they're actually learning. And so one of the things we're actually doing this year with some of our assessing is we're using the NWEA a little bit more, which is a computer adaptive assessment, especially with those kids in the advanced learning program, to track their growth, because that will follow wherever they go when they take the assessment. It's not static. So it will go all the way up into calculus if the students continue to show that they know the skill below it. And so we're having all of our advanced learning kiddos in the elementary school use that as a sort of a benchmark for us to see, because it is tricky to use the SBA for them because they tend to already know it. That being said, it can be an interesting thing that happens when they get so far advanced. Sometimes the stuff that they're being assessed on for the state assessment becomes a little foggy. And it's just interesting to see sometimes. And so there is value in them still being being assessed there to make sure that they have those sort of prerequisites that we would expect them to have at those levels. But we're getting into more computer adaptive assessments to see, how these kids are actually performing.
No, and I'm with you on that, like, on continuing to assess that. It's just more trying to think of like, do you look at average scores, or do you, do a cohort of like everyone that is above proficiency? Here's the average. Average scores are tricky, but I don't know, just trying to think of, and it's a question for next year, which won't be my problem, but maybe to help the next board, if it's an area of interest, is how to measure how we're doing. Like, great, you're proficient. How do we know when we're doing better or worse for the kids in that bucket, and tracking it over, so I'm sure you have some of the data.
Yeah, and so we look at their growth rate. So the state gives us a growth rate for them. And it tells us that Mike needs to grow a certain amount of points, and Cody needs to grow a certain amount of points. And so we want them to hit those growth targets. So you could have a scenario where a student is at a level 4 and they achieve that in grade 3, and then in grade 4, they are still a level 4, but they're a lower level 4. So they didn't hit the targeted growth points that the state assigned for them. And so we do look at those individual growth points, and we get those metrics, and they let us know if a kid is, in the green, the yellow, or the red, or the orange, or whatever the color coding might be. And so that's why we like to focus on the growth, because we're looking at every single kid, where they started and what points they need to make in order to stay on track. But again, some of our kids are way advanced past what the state assessments are.
Would you be able to maybe show the growth rates by, like, even if you split it into quartiles or something? That might be an interesting way to do it.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
If you all would find that interesting. I may or may not tune into that meeting next year, but.
It's great. Is that a wrap on math? Okay, thank you. Can we move to science, please? Yes, thank you.
Can I just make one comment about the AP thing? Because this is.
Yes, you may. It's obviously driving you nuts.
I looked up the average AP score for AP US history in the country is a 3. And AP Bio, according to they published it on their website, it was, I think, a 3.19. It just seems nutty to me that Greenwich High School would be below a national average in anything.
We're not below.
No, our AP US history is like a
There's
2.
no way. AP US history must be.
No, sorry, non-US, art history.
Oh, art history.
Yeah. So because I took the thing of, no, it's just that hard, but like relative to the national average, we're crushing it in bio. And my advice on that was maybe, again, just for next year, whatever, you don't have to report on averages for each one, but maybe if we're below a 3 or we're below a 3.5 in something, it's worthwhile to put a thick red line on the page and say, here's where the national average is, and then to really confront that. Like, our art history scores it's like, I mean, if you had said to me on the street with no info, hey, do you think Greenwich High School's art history program scores above or below the national average on the AP test? I would lose a lot of money betting that we would score above it. And so that feels like something that we shouldn't just let slide and be like, oh, it's a hard class, whatever. Like, it just seems like a very low level of performance versus a national average for us.
Yeah, that surprises me. I was gonna say, because for sure for APS history, I knew we knocked it out of the park, and I was always especially impressed because our kids take it their sophomore year, and most people take it their junior year. So anyway, so science.
But Tony, is that something we could do for, like, just on AP classes where our average is lower than the national average, to kind of like circle it in a red
We
marker?
get that data when we get the scores, and we can see the national average, but there are just so many different factors that go into it. How many students actually, when you're talking about an average, are you talking about 10 students? Are you talking about 100 students? I mean, and when you start getting into things like art where they have a portfolio, it totally changes, because if they got sick for 3 weeks and they didn't keep up with their portfolio score might be lower. I mean, all of these subjects are treated very, very differently in how they're scored. But yes, we could do that.
Well, like, history is, I don't want to pick the same, but I mean, it says our history.
4 years in a row, like below 2.8, and last year with 24 kids, 2.5, like that's 87.
Thank you.
That just seems beneath us to be an elitist about Greenwich quality.
Okay, science, which knocked it out of the park.
Yes, we certainly did. I think we'll start with grade 5 where we saw the most impressive year-over-year growth. And I want to remind everybody that Greenwich Public Schools allocates 30 minutes of science on a part-time basis, intermixing with social studies, which is far less than the DERGs that we compare ourselves to. And we continue to perform at and above their levels, which is phenomenal. The instructional minutes, we compete with a lot of other priorities within our district, but our 5th grade students and our teachers continue to work really hard to implement our curriculum with fidelity and support the students to meet success on the test. And the scores this year blew me away. I think blew a lot of our administrators away. Probably not the students because they knew how hard they worked, and maybe not their parents either. But we're really excited, and we hope to continue to see such a trajectory. I think when Sean and I saw the scores coming out and they just kept getting higher and higher as more were being released, we're like, okay, the pressure continues to be on. Here we go. We're surpassing our 5-year strategic goals, which is really exciting news for the entire district. And it's a lot in onus to the administrators that you see around the room who are leading it in the buildings on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, with 34 sections of 5th grade, it's hard for me to get to every single one of those 5th grade teachers to give them hands-on support, but the administrators in this building do that. And they take the recommendations that I make and they make sure it's happening day in and day out for our students. So thank you to everybody here. And we have a fun curriculum, and it's a homegrown curriculum, which is really exciting. And it's something that we're sticking with, and our teachers love it and our students love it. And it's about Greenwich, and we use Phenomena that's town-based. We partner with our town agencies such as the Bruce Museum, the Audubon Center, the Botanical Center. And we do some cool stuff, and it's paying off not only in our students' experiences and their lives, but on the test scores. So 5th grade, I think we're pumped about more than anything else. But middle school is where my heart lies. As you know, I was a middle school teacher, and our middle school teachers are 20 of the most talented in the district. I may be biased, but I'm in their classrooms a lot, and they literally blow stuff up, and it's fun to watch and to enjoy. And their scores continue to impress everybody. They continue to grow at all 3 of our schools this year, and it was very exciting to see, which then leads us to Sean.
Thank you, Tara, and welcome back.
Hey, thanks.
I mean, we're really fortunate to be in such a great district where our educators are so collaborative across all the levels. And so that's one thing that I feel has been really good for the science department is we've been getting them together more to talk about the things that we're doing not in just middle school, but in high school, and seeing how we can use different strategies within the classroom to help support the kids and more importantly, get their thoughts out. I think that's one of the biggest things that we've been doing in our classrooms, and our teachers have been buying in big time. And big thank you to the math department, which we stole some of their ideas for building thinking classrooms. Now if you go into a science classroom, there's whiteboards on every single wall. We have individual whiteboards in every single classroom, and we're really just trying to promote kids thinking, and really trying to put the cognitive load on the students at all levels and make sure every student has the necessary supports. And I think it showed with our NGSS scores, and we implemented a new platform last year in Orbit, which is a three-dimensional assessment, formative assessment platform. At first we were just really just focused on the stats. And as we were looking at those, we were like, why are the kids still doing really poorly on these questions? And going from my sports side of things, it was more like we need to start focusing on the process. What is the process of how you go through all these assessments, and how do you really identify the things that you need in here to answer the questions? And so we started breaking those down a lot more and focusing on that during our program meetings and PLC time, doing a lot of show and shares with with all of our teachers, and then having them go implement in the class. And again, all of that was based on getting kids to think. And that helped us, I think, get to a pretty good number of 88% of students meeting proficiency, which was second in the state. But I think more importantly for us, we have a lot of our students that are, with disabilities that are scoring the highest they've ever scored. We continue to lower the number of students getting 1. And we also ranked #1 in overall average in the state. So we were just very happy with that. And our AP scores continue to be very, very good. The number of students taking our AP courses has been increasing. We had a slight dip in AP Physics C, but that assessment, they converted into 2 full tests. And again, we do both of those courses in 1 year, which is already very challenging for the students. So we're analyzing the data to see how we can further support the students on that. But I think we're doing an okay job.
Questions? Sophie, anyone? Yeah, it's hard to answer questions on that. I mean, I think you addressed what I was going to ask about the drop and why fewer people were taking AP Physics 1, but
Well, it was why there was a drop in AP Physics 1.
just the number of people taking the exam, wasn't that the one that was down?
Yeah, well, it typically fluctuates each year depending on, what the course requests are. And so some years we have more students that want to take AP Physics 1. Some years we have a lot more that want to take AP Environmental Science, AP Chemistry. Last year was the year we had the most students do a jump into AP Physics C. That was the first time we ever had 3 sections of students taking AP Physics C, which is our highest level. This year we have 2 again, but now we have more sections of AP Physics 1. So every year it kind of fluctuates within that, and then that kind of dictates. But overall, we have more kids taking those AP courses and doing very well at it.
Yeah, they're challenging. Sophie?
Just, I was wondering with 5th grade, do all the 5th graders do the Sound Waters Day, or is that only some of the schools?
No, Sound Waters is not an assured for 5th grade. No, not every single school has to go to Sound Waters within 5th grade. Certain schools decide to use that as their kind of big end of year 5th grade celebration trip, but it's not something that's in the science curriculum in 5th grade. In 4th grade, we have an experience and students do a science and nature assured experience where they get to choose one of 3 different locations to go to, one of which being Todd's Point, one of which being Sound Waters, or they can choose to go to the Botanical Center or Weir Farm in Wilton, and they get to check out one of those to do their science and nature assured experience. But Sound Waters is not automatic to every single school, although we do offer that as an option in 4th grade. The art and 4th grade teachers together decide whether or not they'd like to do that. I will say many PTAs do pick up a Sound Waters trip for certain buildings, and that's kind of how that functions right now.
Is the secret to the high scores the low amount of instruction you referenced earlier?
Yes, it must be.
How did I know you were going to latch on you?
I think the secret to the high scores is this year in particular, we looked at schools who required another layer of support, and we really targeted the support to 4 of those elementary schools, and their scores really picked it up to bring it to the average of what our other schools had historically performed at. And that support looked like targeting teacher practices around phenomena. It looked at targeting the IABs and implementing our interim assessment blocks across grades 3, 4, and 5, which is why I hope to see this continued trajectory, because the support didn't just come to 5th grade classrooms. It came to 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade classrooms. The 5th grade test can be on any of the 42 standards that are assessed, that are instructed in 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade, and we never know what it's going to be on. And you'll see one this year and it won't be the same question next year. So we worked at grades 3, 4, and 5 to get those IABs implemented with fidelity and paced. And then we introduced the NGSS practice test, which is a state release test of 7 questions. And for the first time this year, we went in and proctored that with administrators in the classroom supporting teachers. And we put students in an environment where they had to do all 7 questions at once. An IAB, like I've mentioned, is just 1 question. The actual NGSS test is 18 questions. So we worked on supporting students' grit and rigor to be able to withstand that level of testing for that long period of time in implementing the practice tests. And I think it came back tenfold for us. I think our student testing behaviors on the day of the actual test were very strong. They knew when to take breaks. They knew how to self-monitor because we put them in a bit more of a rigorous pre-test environment.
That is such a great answer and great management style. And I'm sure that a lot of other folks do that and maybe just don't incorporate in their answers. But the whole thing of like we found, here's the 3 or 4 week things, and we just went and hammered it and made those better. That is, I just wanted to acknowledge what a great approach that is. Everybody should do that.
Thanks. It's a full team. We're all copying, pasting each other's work.
The other thing I like to just translate to the APs is you talked about preparing these elementary school kids for the tests. I mean, these, and you hit on it too, Bridget. I mean, these tests are long and they're really like endurance. And I mean, having picked up children from them, I'm like, man, you must be, and sometimes they take 2 a day. I mean, these kids are incredible. I just think, and I know the teachers are teaching to it, but the fact that you've taught them to sort of keep up that pace, it starts young is kind of what.
If I get out onto that real quick, along with it's a lot very similar for the NGSS test. The NGSS test has no timing. So the students can take as much time as they want. And so at least in the high school classes, we allow for them to take multiple days to complete the assessment. So I think that's one of the great things about it is, we have a lot of kids who are taking at all levels that are taking, 2+ hours to take these assessments and do their best. They're really trying to take their time. They're trying to show their knowledge, and they've been doing very well over the past few years. So it's great.
So
I know you're wondering, well, what do we do about all these other people?
no, I already said to Dr. Jones, there's no way we're letting them leave without each principal
Well,
going.
I have to tell you a little secret. There's many of them are hoping they don't have to come.
No way, no way.
But I'm going to tell you why. Remember last year, and this is attributed to Dr. Mike, and I hope he's feeling okay and see him soon. He had asked us to add in mid-year kind of a state of the district where we bring the principals back and do their 2-minute kind of update on their schools. So we didn't plan to have every principal speak tonight. I think they're here just to show you how united we are in our efforts to support the children.
That's great. I still want to hear like 45 seconds from each one. I think it
You're
would
the
be.
chair tonight.
I saw.
Decide.
I think that, I mean, they came, yeah, go ahead, Jen, and then.
So tonight, first of all, job well done. I mean, from actually the compiling of the document to all of the hard work that took place, excellent, and please extend that to your teachers, those of whom are not faithfully watching right now. But please extend that to them as well, because this is amazing.
Well, and there's one person I'd like to recognize. I don't know if he's in the room or not. He might be over at the fire station because he's also a volunteer fireman. Our academic services manager, Jason Kim, is the behind the scenes architect of the beautiful presentations that you see. I give him very crude drawings of graphs, and he makes them look incredibly impressive because I know Cody scrutinizes them. He really deserves a shout out tonight. I don't see him here,
He's online.
unfortunately. Is he online? Okay, Jason, great job.
So my question is, we have a lot of data points, a lot of analysis, and we've talked about the different ways that the data is presented, how it's interpreted, how we could kind of drill down a little bit more on different pieces of data. But I'm interested to hear from the principals, not just data points, but in your schools, what do you feel, or what did you do within your school, like one thing that you would say really helped the students, I don't know the best way to say this, but to really internalize the learning? By that, I mean, I was at one school, and I hope this principal will talk about it. There, prior to one of the exams, there was a race around the world, and the students went into different classrooms, and they had a question, and they had to work collaboratively to do that. And I believe that was geared towards science.
Dr. Russo, I believe
But-
she's talking about.
But that was something that integrated, and then it and then it came, you know, it reinforced all the learning and hence, you know, the
I
score.
think you're talking about this fella.
That guy? Yeah. that-
All right.
Yes, Dr. Russo, could you just explain that? Because I was there and I did see that. And then other principals, if I did miss one of your fun activities, I'm sorry. But if there was something in your school that you thought that you brought forward to the school with the teachers that really reinforced it, because I think we always look at data points and that's very important. But I think sometimes we lose how it actually works in the school, right? And how those things all sort of work together in a fun environment and different ways that reinforce that learning for the students. So if you would like to speak, otherwise Ms. Stowe's gonna force you to speak, so.
No,
This is a fun.
I was gonna say, everyone should take like,
Fun.
we do a minute each, right? 15 minutes? Okay,
You have the time.
here we go.
But before Dr. Russo shares that experience, I want to say I was at Dr. Russo's school earlier today, and he was meeting with our other two lead principals at the elementary level, Jill Flood and Claire Monaco. And they were actually planning a data protocol that they're going to work on with all of the other elementary principals, which then will turnkey back to their staff. And the importance of me sharing that is this: they're an incredibly collaborative group. And so when we talk about sharing best practices and getting surgical about identifying what works in one building and where's a deficiency in another, and how do we apply what we've learned for, you know, for success reasons, we're doing those things on a daily basis. So.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. And thanks, Jen, for being at the Amazing Race last year and for always being such a presence at the schools. We appreciate it. I think that one of the things that is so important to us as school leaders is that we think about different contexts in which our students can be successful and where they're going to be asked to apply their learning. To apply their learning inside of their classroom every day in the lesson. There's interim assessments that we're giving, that we're looking at and tracking that data very carefully to see where students are growing and where we need to do more teaching. And sometimes we just have a really good time. When you got to be there on a day that we had a really good time. One of my personal favorite TV shows is The Amazing Race. And so on one of the days right before the students sit for the SBA, all of the non-testing grades turn their classroom into a country. They have essentially what's like a practice SBA question, reading, writing, or ELA math or science. And then our third, fourth, and fifth graders get to break up into teams and run a race around the building for like an hour or so and be in and out of the little kids' classrooms with them cheering them on as they prepare for the big assessment that they'll take just a few days later. So it's the highlight of my year. We have a really good time and thank you for recognizing it.
That's great.
I was just going to say, to make it a little more spicy, I would love to hear from each principal just the one big thing they are focused on trying to do in their school that's not easy. And so everyone will get up and say, our school is great, the kids are great, love all the things we do, whatever. But if there's something unique, you call it like, this is what keeps me up, this is what I'm driving towards. I think that would really help give us all something to more ponder.
I'll go first. What keeps me up is wondering what questions Cody King's going to ask.
It's okay, you've used your minute. All right.
Sure.
Dan, you want to?
No.
You
Did I
can-
already answer
I
the
don't.
question?
Go ahead, you can go.
So, I mean, something does come to mind. It's fine. So, because we're a Title I school, we have a second interventionist in reading and math. Some of our colleagues who are not Title I schools only have a single one. And one of the things that we do that's really, so one of the things that we think about is that there's a large number of students in the Title I schools that need intervention, right? Because they're historically lower performing than some of our other schools. And so we push our interventionists into the classroom during Tier 1 math instruction. So instead of just pulling the lowest groups of students, they go in there and actually support the daily lesson with the teachers on kindergarten, first and third grade. And we looked at we identified those grades looking at some data. And so what we're trying to do is stop a gap from forming, getting an extra professional. And the math interventionists are our most seasoned math professionals in the district, pushing them inside of the classroom to buoy those students who might be struggling a little bit up to the grade level content before there's a large gap and they're identified by some other assessment as needed this pull-out service. We want to keep them inside the classroom as closely connected to their grade level content as possible.
What grade?
First, kindergarten, first and third. Okay, I'll pass it to one of my colleagues.
Thank you so much. All right, do you have an order?
Well, I'm just gonna look at one and call them Mary Granville Parkway School. And we'll just work our way down.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'll start with a point of pride. We were very happy with our scores. We thank our teachers for all that they do for our students. One particular point of pride was that we were found to be 4th in the state in our growth in ELA from 3rd grade to 4th grade. So that was super exciting. And an area that keeps me up at night, Cody, I would say it was our science scores, because although many of my counterparts did very well and they saw their scores go up, ours did not in 5th grade science. So that certainly is going to be an area of focus for us this year.
Philip?
That's great.
Welcome,
Thank you, Mary.
Philip, our new principal of ISD.
I don't. Do I? Says work. First of all, thank you. It's a privilege to be here. This is my first board meeting. I can't take credit for any of the amazing scores at ISD being brand new, but I can say that it is an immense point of pride for all of the different stakeholders in our community. So, you know, our ELA proficiency ratings at 81%, our math proficiency ratings at 83, and in particular, our science proficiency rating last year was at 91%. I think that has to do with, you know, the answer at a place like ISD and in Greenwich Public Schools in general, but just the experience of our teachers, specifically in our upper elementary grades, being able to take the amazing resources and turnkey them to meet the needs of specific cohorts of our students is something that I've already seen a lot of evidence of in classrooms. So that's a real point of pride, I think, for everybody in our school. And then what keeps me up is, you know, I'm new. And so I think building trust is real, and that is, you know, true. Building trust with everybody in this room, building trust with my administrator colleagues, building trust with our staff, and then most importantly, our students and our families. And so what that looks like thus far is really trying to get into every classroom every single day so that our amazing staff sees me as a thought partner and somebody who can not only see the great work that they do, but also provide critical feedback. Being at arrival and dismissal, and, you know, seeing families every day, making sure that I'm not learning just one cohort of names this year. I'm learning all of our students. And so making sure that parents know that I don't just know our kids, but I know their kid is another thing that I'm, you know, keeps me up, because I'm close. I'm not quite there yet. So
It doesn't need to keep you up. It just needs to be the thing you are maniacally focused on.
it is.
But I like it, but it's still trust, building trust is something to be focused on.
Join us for me again, Philip.
I was in Briarcliff Manor prior to being here.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Jason, Riverside. Good evening, everyone. How are you all? Man, Cody, you really just had me thinking about, you know, things that keep me up and that I want to focus on. So, but before I do that, just a point of pride. Super proud of my staff and my students and how they performed this year on the SBAs. When I came here, a big point of concern was growth scores, right? So Cody, you talked about how the district should focus on, or you asked questions regarding the upper echelon of students that are performing at a high level. And listen, 90% of my kids are performing, you know, at or above proficiency in ELA.
And they perform that way even when the schools got shut down.
That's right. That's right. So for me, you know, the growth that Mr. Reed was talking about earlier is really what's important, because we want to make sure our kids are growing across the board. So the thing that keeps me up is about accountability. I mean, a lot of times what we think about is how much time our teachers are with students and in front of students. But I would argue that equally important is what's going on when the teachers are offline and not in front of students. And so for me, my focus last year was really talking about the level of collaboration. And we talk about PLCs and collective efficacy and what the adults are doing when they're together. So we talk about levels of collaboration. And so there are times when adults get together and they just talk. And then there's times when adults get together and they're actually being vulnerable. They're sharing best practices. They're talking about what they're not good at. How did you do this in your classroom? So they're really talking about how, the how behind the instruction. And so for me, what keeps me up is how do I make sure that across the building, when adults are offline, they're having those really powerful conversations. And so for myself and my AP, we oftentimes are in those meetings to model and show how that is supposed to look. But the real question is what's happening when we're not there. And that's what keeps me up, is that you can call it like 200% accountability. Are the adults holding each other accountable for having those high level, really collaborative conversations that are going to impact the classroom. So that's what we're working on. That's what we started working on last year. And I think because we focused on them and had protocols with our PLCs, I do believe that that's why the growth, I want to believe that that's why the growth that you see in the results happened, but we're going to continue working on that and just get better at it. And we're going to see even better growth. So we're doing it. Riverside. Yes. Oh,
And so just back to my original question.
yes.
Can you tell us one thing that you've done in the school that's fun and has promoted the learning, either tied into one of the testing or anything? What comes to mind that?
Well,
that you
I don't know if this necessarily would be, well, let me answer that in two ways. So one is because of what we focus in on, it's around student work. We're always looking at student work. And so prior to me getting there, it was happening in pockets, but now I know it's happening consistently across the building. So we're celebrating student work. So teachers are bringing things in, we're looking at it, we're evaluating it. And it just continues to be impressive to me, the quality of work, the writing, the math, all the stuff that the students are doing. So we're very proud of that. But the other stuff is the building thinking classrooms that we, it was already happening when I got here, but I was fortunate enough that my prior school district, we were also doing that kind of stuff. So man, across the building, if you want to see some really high level learning going on across the building, you're going to see it during the math block, because all of our teachers, all the way down to second grade, are doing building thinking classrooms at least once a month. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayo, come on over.
Like your beard. Very nice.
We built a momentum here, so.
You have a momentum going?
I'll kill that.
Hi, everybody. I'm very proud of what we've done at Greenwich High School over the last couple of years, especially this year with our with all of our scores, including our AP art history scores, Cody. Greenwich High School is at most days has approximately 3,000 students and staff members there. What keeps me up at night is keeping those children and those adults safe. But there's other things that I think about aside from that, but that's always on the top of my list. My team that's behind me, the leadership team at Greenwich High School, is highly creative. They care about their students. They work well with their staff, and their staff trusts them. And you can't get any better than the people that are sitting behind me. And we meet once a week, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we do not agree. But out of those discussions comes a lot of creative energy. The one thing that I'll highlight that we've done this year, which we talked about for 2 years before we actually put it into place, we got rid of a practical level classroom in biology. And we distributed those students among all of our regular bio sections. Yesterday, Sean and Todd White went to take a look at what was going on in those classrooms, and it's working. It's working wonderfully. So we've got a group of students that were tracked across the entire school day, and now they're not. So I'd like to thank Sean and his team for getting that done, but it's happening in every subject area. And it's quite amazing when you think and when you really believe that every child can learn, it happens. So thank you. Unless you have a question.
Is there anything that would make you feel safer? Besides amending the public sector union contract that didn't allow us to hire as security.
Can I have
Can
I have a third SRO? Mike, maybe you'll say it.
Mr. Healy?
Good evening, everyone. So I would say the thing that has been sort of the most impactful this past year was our response to the prior year's scores, where we were not pleased with what we saw in terms of our levels of achievement. And so the teachers really took that on as a challenge, and they got together and got back to really talking about instruction in a consistent manner at the team level. So I'm really proud of how they responded to that and how they have really relied on each other and done what's best for kids by taking a look at the instructional strategies that are cross-cutting and making sure that there's consistency in how they're being implemented in each of the classrooms. So one example for that would be how they do claim evidence and reasoning in terms of their written responses. We call them CERs, and making sure that they're using the same language and having the same expectations for kids across the different content areas, so that the repetition is there in terms of their ability to communicate through writing. So that is one thing that was really helpful, and that did result in a rebound in our achievement level. One thing that Cody mentioned earlier in the meeting, and also is the thing that I'm hyper focused on now, are those growth scores. So I think we were surprised by and therefore responded to our achievement scores. And so now this year, we're really taking a look at those growth scores, and we're excited to have the NWEA MAP assessment to also look at where kids are exactly and where they're going to hopefully get to by continuing with that consistent instructional practice. We've paired, one of the ways we're doing that is we've been using a lot of the AVID strategies, and there's been a great focus on sort of task predicts performance. So what is it that the students are doing in the classroom and the direct tie to the learning outcome, and making that explicit to the kids. So if another example would be if you're working on written communication, written output of your thinking, oftentimes there's reading associated with that. But if the focus is writing, the kids have to understand that the writing outcomes and the writing expectations are the focus, and that's where all of the time is spent instructionally. It doesn't mean you're ignoring the reading, but it just means that the hyper focus is on what our expectations are in terms of the writing. So really being explicit about what it is that our target is for each individual task.
Thank you, Tom.
Good evening, thank you. I want to share 2 points of pride. One is for our 4th graders, for the students who have been with us for 5 years, which is one of our goals for the district. We're at 94.3%, so we were proud of that, as well as our science, which was a huge improvement. We had a long conversation last year when we saw our scores, very disappointing, and this year we were at 96%, which was an all-time high for us. So I think one of the things we attributed that most to was our 5th grade team, who were phenomenal, who were also very disappointed when they saw those scores last year, the prior year, and really wanted to focus on what we could do differently, and working very closely with Tara Fogel and implementing the March Madness calendar and some of the fun things that were included in there, including doing some quiz show and competitive activities related to the science standards using data and Tuva and the IAB questions. And we also gave it for the first time before April break, which was a change for us. We've always given it later in the spring to give the students as much time as possible. But this year, because of the timing of the science pacing, instead of waiting until after break when we would have been in a social studies unit, we gave it before the break, right after the final science unit for the year. And our scores showed that it was a good move. So we were really excited about that.
So you go out for.
We were not.
No.
She wasn't a priority school, but she was a priority for me when it came to
Yes.
science.
We made it our own priority to focus on the science because we wanted to really improve that score.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
What's the thing you're in folks?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. One of the things that Mark and I have talked about, and that I also talked to Bonnie O'Regan about, is our growth and continuing to focus on making sure that we are continuing to make growth, even though we consistently have pretty high achievement. And most of our students, at least 50% or higher in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, are at advanced in both reading and math on the SBA, continuing to make sure we're also looking at their individual growth scores. That's what keeps me up at night and thinking about individual students and the growth.
Good evening.
proud principal of Julian Curtis, and I'm happy to report that we are on an upward academic trajectory as evidenced by our increase in scores in all of our testing grades 3, 4, and 5 last year, and also in all of our content areas, science, ELA, and math, as measured by our state assessments. To your question, what my hyper focus, I attribute that growth to my hyper focus, which is around small group targeted instruction. And so this year we were very strategic in how we used our win time, and we implemented some instructional cycles for our win time using data for our students. And so that allowed us to really target their specific needs according to whatever skills they were deficient in. Those cycles lasted from 5 to 6 weeks. And so teachers closely monitored that using a system that we have implemented, that we also put in place around data collection. And so we use data trackers to really hone in. And we put names to those numbers to make sure that we're being very personal and customizing that instruction for our students. One of the things to your question, Mrs. Behead, that we that we did last year for fun and to help our students internalize that learning was what we call the lunch and play. And so we just got creative around like the time that we had our students during the day, and during lunch, while they ate, they also got into little groups or partnerships. And we also did some practice around March and April, doing some Jeopardy during our cafeteria time and some fun games using our smart board during that time that allowed them to practice those skills and standards that are assessed by our state exams. So just a creative way to do something different and help them to internalize and practice what they've learned throughout the year. Thank you.
Good. Is this right? The staff survey, you went from 66 to 88.
Thank you, Cody. Yes, yes. So I'm happy to say that we experienced the most growth in the district as far as our staff survey. And so we're super proud about that. And we're also proud about our parent survey that came back at 97%. And so all of that is done in collaboration with all of our stakeholders. So I'm super proud about it.
But what's the cheat code from going from dead last to first place?
You're looking at it.
Yeah. And I think also being attentive to, just what the culture is in the building, what teachers, just what their needs are, what our students, what their needs are. I did a lot of learning and seeking to understand last year and meeting the needs as I went along. So, and I could not have done that by myself. Again, it's a team effort, and I'm thankful for the assistant principal that I have with Michelena that came on board this past year, but also with the district support that I received from all of the coordinators, and they are constant, visible people in our building, and so we're super grateful for that.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bensavango, you're sitting in that corner over there, nursing the bathroom. Thank you.
You could sit over here.
Cue a line.
Yeah, sir.
There are many points of pride. I think what we have at OG is an incredible partnership. And while we've spent a ton of time talking about scores in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and then other grades that hit the papers, it begins in preschool with a love of learning. And we have a robust preschool, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade program that doesn't necessarily get the same recognition that perhaps the scores do because they're not measured in the same way. So I think that's important to say. Our celebratory program, we spent all last year building something that we call the Math Lab. We took the great success that we had with close reading and brought that to math. So our kindergarten through 5th graders go to the Math Lab every other week and do building thinking classroom activities with our math interventionist. And it is incredible. It made tremendous difference. Mark, and what I lose sleep over and what Mark challenged me with at the end of the year this year, and I'm still trying to figure out how to capture, is how to measure grit. Because what we're working on is grit and productive struggle and sitting with silence in your thinking and really spending time in that, because kids don't spend enough time in silence and spending enough time to think. And we measured grit anecdotally just in the amount of scrap paper we were using last year, which was exponential compared to other years because kids were really persevering through problem solving in a completely different way. And we showed great growth in math because of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. So at Glenville School past year, we were very proud of our growth. I think you heard me speak last time I was here about how we really focused on 1% changes in a lot of different areas and really leveraging the expertise of our teachers, the excellent instructional strategies, the curriculum resources that we have, the supports that we have from administrators and coordinators, and really just tackling like little nibbles at a time, and instead of making an overhaul, just sort of slowly chipping away. So for the past few years, all of our scores have continued to trend up and increase that way. A particular point of pride for us would be our 5th grade NGSS scores last year. We really had a jump in our scores, and I think a lot of that had to do with some of the strategies that we use that Tara referenced before, really having common experiences, using the IABs, the questions, getting kids more familiar with that, and then really coming together as a community, whether it was a grade level or a class together, and have these experiences where we're tackling these problems together, thinking out loud, modeling for one another. And we did that a couple of times throughout the year. And that really, I think, moved the needle for our students to sort of help them understand what the test's asking, what it's expecting, and then how to, grab all your knowledge that you've gained over the past few years and demonstrate it that way. When I think about what keeps me up at night is we need to move more than 1% now each time. I think that was great for a while, but I am thinking about really how to guide our teachers into digging into data a little more deeply and finding ways in which we can maximize growth for all of our students. So not just the higher achievers, but those that are 2 years behind that still need to take the reading SBA, and how are we going to get them to sort of leapfrog some skills and still get them to where they need to be when they're we still need to cover a lot of material and help them gain those skills within that short 7-hour day. So still working on it, Cody. Questions? No?
I'm going to embarrass Daisy a little bit as she's coming up. A quick story. This summer at Leadership, we have a 2-day summit, leadership summit. And Daisy came up to me and she said, "I've been waiting for you to show up at Hamilton Avenue School." And I had a perplexed look on my face and I said, "For what?" And she said, "Well, do you remember the year before you showed up and you weren't very happy with my scores? And we had a very long meeting about that. And I was waiting for you to come to congratulate me." And I said, "You know what? You're right. And I have to figure out the right time to do it." So publicly now, I would just like to say what Daisy was able to accomplish.
Thank you.
At Hamilton Avenue School last year was something that is absolutely just, I marvel at it. And what I'm most impressed with was that after we had that difficult conversation, she said, I'm ready to accept any and all support that you're willing to provide me. I want to lead the staff. I want to lead them well. And I understand where we are and where we need to go. And it's not just Daisy. All of the principals in this room feel that way. But Daisy in particular held me accountable. And I just want to say thank you, because she has done a great job at Hamilton Avenue School. And it's about time that community sees the success that they're seeing on.
Yeah. Do I have to speak now? I don't even think I need to speak now, but thank you. That was so nice. I really appreciate it. It's been really incredible. This is starting my 4th year, and really to get us where we were this year. Obviously my point of pride is the incredible scores that we had this year, for the first time, probably the best in recent years, which is great. And I attribute it to starting way back 3 years ago when I started with a very unhappy group of incredibly hardworking, talented teachers who really were unhappy. And we spent the first full year really trying to understand what it was about these teachers, who are all veteran teachers who had been in the district. I think that first year, my newest teacher had been there for 9 years. So why are these people unhappy and why are they staying here was kind of my question. And I learned so much. I just listened and learned so much about them and their passion for Hamilton Avenue School and the community. And it was just
wonderful. So after that first year, we were certainly happy with making sure the teachers felt appreciated and happy to be at work. And then we challenged them in the second year, and then even last year with, okay, now we're all in it together, and what are we going to do to really think about this growth mindset for these children? I mean, in the beginning, it was like, our kids can't do it, our kids can't do it, no one understands. To now we really dug in and understood and took every single bit of support and help that would come our way to learn more about how our learners learn and how we can support them and break down the material so it's within the framework of a UDL type of structure, so all of our students can access curriculum. So it's been really incredibly humbling and wonderful. And I think their ability to having all those supports in class, people were very used to just teaching on their own. But then when we pushed in all of our math interventionists and our SPED teachers and our literacy specialists and all of the support of the coordinators and everybody that came in to help us, it really made the teachers have to become a little bit more vulnerable in their own learning and really being able to say, I don't know how to teach that. Can you show me? And a couple of them, there's actually a great teacher featured in the District Digest who's a 5th grade teacher. She would say, I don't know how to teach this. Can you come in and teach this? Show me how to do this, Mike, or whoever, and show me how to teach it better. So, and I was vulnerable right along with them. And I said, show me how to be a better principal for an elementary school. My career was always in high school, but I wanted to learn every single second of the way and just wanted to know a little bit more every day about all the things that, is part of an elementary school. So it's been great. It's been a wonderful learning experience. And I keep saying to, all the coordinators and Mark and Dr. Jones and Dr. Carabillo, when she was with me for a time last year, what else do I need to do? What do I need to do? What do I need to do? But the theme for next year, this school year, is really, let's maintain the great work that we've done. And we'll make some slight changes on some of the things that we did, but we really just want to stay the course and let these teachers, which I really appreciate what you had said earlier, let these teachers really get good at the craft that they've learned to do. Let's not introduce too many more new things. Let's keep doing the great stuff that we're doing so we can still see our kids do as well as they did this year. Keeping me up at night. I mean, we had great growth scores. I mean, how are we going to maintain those growth scores? But that's one thing. But also, it's always kept me up at night is, the curriculum is rigorous and there's a lot of components to it. And how do we fit it all in? It's really, really hard to fit it all in. We've leveraged the grants that we've been awarded, Title I, Title IV, through the Greenwich Alliance, and we've really extended our school day, which has made a huge difference for our kiddos. So we have some morning programming, we have some after-school programming. We are extending our day, even if it's not in the way that we had envisioned for it this year. We did it last year. It really worked for us. We have the data to show it. We'll do it again this year in a similar fashion, and I'm sure we'll be able to demonstrate some great growth again.
I'm just curious about this because the proficiency scores went up so much, like it was basically 42, 43, 35 to 67, 60, 64. Was that with the same team or did you change some of the team?
Well, what we did last year for the first time is we departmentalized grades 3 through 5, and we hadn't done that before. So we just started it last year for the first time. So really and we only have 2 sections per grade. So it's one, for example, in 5th grade, it's one teacher teaches both sections of ELA, the other teaches both sections of math. And it really was, and then we would pair up, for example, the math teacher with a math interventionist. So it was really more about diving into the data and giving the assessments, looking at the results of the assessments, making the strategic moves that they needed to in the groupings, inviting kids in for extra help, based on some of that data that really helped make sure that the kids got the skills that they needed. And also, to Jen's point earlier about grit, our kids, we would administer the SBA in my first 2 years. It was just, we set up a schedule, we would administer the test. This year, we were really strategic about how we administered it. And we used the IAB data, to look at how many students, the stamina of our students, how many test questions they can do before they really needed a break. And we took a long period of time. Dr. Jones said to me, why do you need so many days to administer tests? I said, we are really using all of the data that we've collected to administer the tests in a way that makes the most sense for our students. So it was a huge gain, but the kids worked incredibly hard. And we, because the curriculum moves so fast, we gave them lots of time to shore up skills. the teacher's big complaint was, we just have to keep going. It goes so fast, it goes so fast. And we gave them grace, and everybody in the room worked with me. And I said, do not teach new content on Fridays. You go slow, slow, slow. Shore up all the skills that the kids have missed. Make sure everyone's getting what they can. And they did the best they could with that, with the help of like all of the PD time that we had with the coordinators and with outside consultants to really look at, what we need to prioritize, what we can move a little faster on, and that all of those things really made a difference for us.
It was the same 10 teachers? Like,
It was for 3, 4, and 5, it was 6 teachers, 2.
oh yeah. Okay, sorry, yes, the same ones.
It was, well, we did a couple of shifts. It was similar.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's a hard act to follow, but luckily her students come to my school, so everything. So hi, I'm Suzanne from Western, and I apologize when I have a chance to celebrate the hard work of my students and staff, I have to take that opportunity. We are a priority school, and as Dan said, we come on the Title I school as well. So we have a higher needs in our building and kids that really need the students and staff extra. So we're really proud of the growth we made with the collaboration of all of the coordinators. Our ELA scores are the highest they've been in over 7 years. Our science scores are the highest ever. We have the highest number of advanced kids ever, which is really great. Our math scores are the highest in over 7 years. We have more kids in advance than we've ever before. We have, and what works at our school is, and what makes this happen is we are constantly looking at what we're doing, our practices, how we're using our staff, and how can we use them more strategically and more effectively with our students and our teachers collaborating and coming up with ideas of thinking outside the box. So I think math, Mike Reed can help with this because he's been helpful with us, is we're constantly changing how we're supporting our kids. So we have had classes that's sent at Western to support our advanced kids so they can stay on the advanced track because that's really important for them. We have last year did a pilot where we had all of our on-level 6th graders have an extra time with their math teacher on a pattern. It was highly successful. 200% increase in the on-level kids reaching benchmark, 600% increase in on-level kids meeting advanced. So we expanded to all of our grades this year because we felt like all of our students could need that. We have identified 6th grade students that we think have really good potential to be in algebra in 8th grade. So we created a class that gives them, it's called a class and a half with a teacher to teach them the skills that they need to then be able to move into algebra. Our mindset at Western has always been and will always be, it's a growth mindset, and all of our kids can make that growth. But what keeps me up at night is how to reach every one of our kids. Because with our students, it's not just, we know, we always say, wow, I know they can do better. And there's so many factors with our students that get in the way. So one thing we do when it comes to testing is we have our teachers, they hand select the kids they're going to test in their room. We have kids hand select teachers that they'll test with because a lot of our kids need that connection with an adult, that relationship to feel successful and feel like they're capable of achieving. Our kids own their scores. They talk with the teachers about them all the time. We celebrate growth in so many ways. But that does keep me up at night because we know our kids have such capabilities and there's so many things that that are a part of their life that makes it challenging. So it's how we reach every aspect of our students, but we're really proud of what we're doing. Being a priority school has been a blessing, and we're happy to continue this year and continue to see the growth at Western. Thank you.
How many students now?
Well, right now we are not open to MATted students, so it's been about 3 years. But in the past, when we were at our highest, it was upwards of about 60 or 70. And then what happened is the size and the needs of our building just kind of exploded. So we right now are not a MATted. Yep.
Thank you.
I think we have 2 more to go. Unfortunately, Mr. Greeno couldn't be here tonight.
Good evening, everybody. So not to rain on everyone's parade, but what keeps me up at night is our test scores. As you probably have already seen, we're the black sheep.
I like that you started with that instead of with the points of pride.
Well, we have a lot of points of pride. I mean, and we'll get into that. But what keeps me up at night is how to be a better leader for our kids, for our staff. I mean, it depends on the day what keeps me up. Some days it's How do I find the why? Like, we're doing a lot of these things that are these amazing people are doing, and they're just not hitting yet. And I keep going back to yet and that growth mindset. And coincidentally, or ironically, our mascot is a phoenix. So we're gonna rise. And I want it to happen soon. Because my kids are only at school for 6 years or 7 with pre-K. And we need to do it now, yesterday. So more than anything else, that's what keeps me up. How do I become a better instructional leader? I want to have the answers to everything. And how do I help my teachers teach better? And how do I help my kids learn better? And being part of the solution every day. And that's what keeps me up all the time. And I bet the original plan for today was a prepared statement that I had here that Mark would have flipped out if I read the whole thing. But
I think what you said was perfect.
but any event, you know, there's a lot of things that keep me up. And I think we've got a very, very hardworking staff, and it keeps them up at night too. And again, I want the answers, and I want to help them find the answers. So we are working very, very hard on our systems in place. We've kind of totally revamped our PLCs. So we're talking about data and actionable steps next. Last year, we started a PLC system, and we found that it wasn't effective, it wasn't efficient enough. We've tweaked that. We are now, I think, having really good conversations about instruction tied to results, and how we can make instructional changes that will impact our scores. We did, to find a small point of pride, we did have better growth numbers in a lot of our areas, across the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, and the 4s in the SBA than we had the previous years. So while the achievement numbers are ugly, to be quite honest, there were some good, beautiful pockets of growth. And I'm hoping that that growth translates into achievement this year. But hope is not a strategy. So it keeps me up at night. Again, but not to bring everyone down for the whole night, points of pride, we have an amazing community. We have kids that love coming to school. I want to say we have the best student belonging scores. So we have kids that love being there. But now we got to complete that picture. So that's going to keep me up tonight as well. And tomorrow night. And the next.
That was great. Thank you.
Are you the only school that has custom ties?
I have one custom tie that a teacher had made for me the first year.
I like it.
So I wear it to all these things.
Hi, so I'm Kathleen Ramirez. I am the principal of North Manus School, and Mrs. Behat, to answer your question, what we do to get kids excited about learning is Mike helped us out with the building thinking classrooms. In math, we're fully entrenched in that, but we've also taken those ideas and spread it across other subject areas. That might not sound like fun to some people. Our kids love it. When you talk about the assured experiences and going to like Greenwich Botanical, our 5th graders just went there and they commented to the teachers that were there. They've never seen a group of children that were so inquisitive and had so many thoughts going on. If you want to see how it went, we have a beautiful bulletin board of all their work from the trip. And our kids are thinkers, and that is what our focus is. Our scores are usually very good. However, it's the growth that we really need to look at. And the way we think we'll achieve that growth is to talk about making thinkers out of our kids. It's important to us, and it's important to our community that our kids are thinkers and they question and they wonder. We could not do any of that without the whole coordinator team with Mark at the helm. I've never heard the word no from any of them. We will call them for anything and they'll say, when do you need it? What time? Never ask the cost. They're like, we got it, don't worry. So without that support, we wouldn't be where we are today. The other part of our support is the team that I'm on. When I read about Jill's scores this year, right away, I called her and I was like, okay, what did you do? And everyone's very open on our team and we share amongst ourselves. I never feel like I'm alone. Sometimes when You are I was described today on the security plan as I think like the head honcho or something. I'm like, what is that? I'm not alone. I have a team around me, so I'm really lucky. And lastly, what keeps me up at night is that I think our job as elementary school principals, assistant principals, teachers, is that before we send our kids off to middle school, no offense, we need to find that each one of our kids has something, because I think when you get to middle school, you need to have a something, whether it be an instrument, you're an artist, your favorite subject is math, you have to have something to hang on to when you go into middle school. And sometimes it just gets a little more difficult. So that's what keeps me up at night. However, what gets me to go back to sleep is the North Miamis team is an amazing team, starting with our assistant principal, Abby Anders, and down to every teacher, every para, our cafeteria monitors, our cooks, everyone's on the same team, and our priority is always our kids.
Thank you so much. I realize, and we can't certainly do this for everyone, but I realize that I miss Lucy Recco, of course, and we have I missed Christina, I missed Jeffrey, I missed foreign language, we missed social studies. We miss David, I miss Dana, I miss Bonnie. I think, and I'm sorry, I don't know your two names, otherwise I feel like I would have called everybody else out. And so I don't think we could probably have every person come up right tonight, but this was great. And I think it was, thank you for answering both the good and the bad, the yin and the yang, and it was perfect. So anything else on this topic or? Perfect, right? Mark, you want to do more?
No, I think the bottom line is this, I learned a long time ago from my mentor, who is the former principal of Julian Curtis School, nationally distinguished principal, Nancy Carbone, who said to me early on, she said, if you want to really be an effective leader, make sure you turn around once in a while and make sure people are actually following you. I don't need to turn around. I know they're behind me. They're relentless. They're passionate. They're powerful, and they have a lot of pride in what they do. And I think it shows. And so I'm glad they're all here tonight. And thank you all for being here tonight. And we look forward to continued success. I know it's coming. I asked for patience a couple of years ago because I saw threads of success, but now I think those threads are being woven into really strong fabric. So thank you for your time tonight, your support. Thank you for the hard questions. I always appreciate it. And I wish Mike was here because it's not as fun to debate through a surrogate, but you did a nice job. And happy to have that debate anytime, because it's an important one. Because the other thing is this: we have a lot of teachers that listen, and I don't want any of our teachers to think that we've put materials in front of them that they should be concerned about. I would never do that. No one here in this room would do that. I understand your point about the research. It's something we can talk about, I think, and probably it requires more time. But what I do know is that what we have in our classrooms right now, and the responsiveness to what kids are learning, it might not be scientific enough for you, but when you put materials in front of teachers and those teachers use those materials to teach, and we get results and success builds upon success, I have to think that sooner or later you can feel confident that it was the right choice. So
I'll just make a plug that if anyone is worried about what they're getting in front of them, they can email me, and I always protect my sources. So
fair enough. Fair.
But I think the headline should be awesome results, and we have to do a better job of communicating it. I know we sent out like 1,000 notes, but for some reason we need to
let our performance be the story.
Yeah, I think we really have to get that out in the newspaper a lot this weekend, because it's pretty remarkable and we should celebrate it.
It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. You can all go home.
I actually think I am.
Yeah, my God. You must be so tired. I know. You don't want to stay for buses? I'm kidding. I know. It's good. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd argue you should go, but okay. I know. It's Tony. She'll freeze you out. I didn't even do it.
Image of you showing up at Glen.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Lucy and Christina, for your results too. We didn't talk to them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was Lindsay, assistant principal at New Lebanon. And then next to her was Clarabelle, the assistant principal at JC.
Okay. got
Yeah.
it. That's not my fault.
Clarabelle was new last year. Like after the year had already started, she did an interim and then she got the full job. Yeah.
Got it.
Just terrific too.
Okay. All right. You guys are gonna keep going? Okay. CMS Building Committee Plan Completion Review. You're up, Ms. Costin. But this isn't an action item. This is just.
Laura, the people at home haven't heard anything you've said. If would you mind press the button and start over? I'm sorry.
Let me get my email up so I can.
He hasn't said anything.
Okay, so this is just a preview for the board. The CMS Building Committee will once again be filing a plan completion review with the state. This one is for furniture, fixtures, and equipment and technology. It is a requirement for our reimbursement process. And the building committee will be, or is expected to vote on October 14th. The packet of information will then come to all of you. It's about 300 pages. So I wanted to let you know 300 pages would be coming in the coming weeks. And that is all I wanted to put you all on notice about. There will be an executive summary, so you are not expected to look at in-depth architectural information. It's been vetted by our professionals, and that is your preview.
Okay, so it'll be an action item on October 23rd, probably?
Correct.
Okay, great. Transportation legislation.
Just gotta pass this out here. Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm starting with that. We have two transportation discussions. The first one has to do with the legislation and how it works for Greenwich Public Schools. So this year, well, let me just say, I tried to underline for you the key part. So when we, as you know, the board is aware, we are required to provide transportation for public and private schools. But for private schools, they are supposed to be a majority of their students who live in Connecticut. And given that we have a school that is not meeting that 50%, and after we've just gone through the budget that we've gone through, and we have said that we are paying for what's mandated, contractual, we don't have flexibility to spend $300,000 when we're not required to by law. And it is Eagle Hill. And I know Ralph Mayo will remember this from 2019. And I watched that as I was transitioning in that year. And so I've made it a point to meet with them, every year just to make sure that they were hitting that. They did let me know at the end of midway through last year, it was too late to go and pull buses, that they hadn't hit that level. So I set up an appointment with their new head of school at Eagle Hill, had a meeting, and I said, now you're not at 50%. I'm not going to pull the busing right now because it was by the time I found out, it was very late in the spring. But you have to be there by September. I mean, that is what the law says. And as you know, they graduate 8th graders. They have new kids coming in. They control their enrollment. They're a private school. And so I reached out again before October 1 and just said, I just want to make sure you're going to be there. You're going to hit the target. And then they set up a quick meeting. And when we met, it's like, no, probably not. And I said, look, I have no idea, like, how we're going to move forward, but given the budget that we've had, and you're not, by law, we're not required, and we're talking about, it's a couple of teachers for us. Our operating budget is very, very tight. And so on October 1, they did not hit that target. And I know the head of the school talked to their board of directors, and I said, it doesn't mean you can't have transportation. We can connect them with DATCO. They just need to pay for it. So if they want to have transportation, it just comes out of their budget and not ours. So my thinking is, unless this board has a different frame of thought, that we just can't afford to pay $300,000 when we're not required to by law, which means we would give them a 1-month notice. So they have about 35, I think, or 40 kids that take the bus, and then it would end in November. So that's why it's tied to the legislation and what we're required to do. And I just want the board to be aware, that's my understanding, is what we should be doing.
I think an easy thought experiment is if we currently did not provide for it, like just imagine that, we started the year not providing for it. There's zero chance we'd be coming forward and saying, I think the incremental $300,000 in our budget to maximize student outcomes for the kids in our school system, we should spend it on this. We're not we only do it because we're required to do it. If we're no longer required to do it, I don't think it makes sense when you think about marginal return on dollars.
Go ahead, Lauren. I was going to say I 100% agree. And I mean, I think that the law is clear, right? I mean, we're obviously paying for people that are in New York, I'd assume, and that's probably not how our tax base should be allocated. So I think it's, we have to follow the law here, and you've given them a fair warning. I know that's something we've discussed in the past, but I see no reason to not give them a 1 month's notice.
Yeah, I mean, I was disappointed because I feel like they had the control. They do control their enrollment. And I feel like that's even a little different than back in 2019, because I'm not sure before that we were as aware as a community about this whole 50%. And they've been very aware, I mean, for the last 7 years. And that's why I met with them last spring. They had time to fix it. And I think they're just banking on, they have fewer in student enrollment this year. And she said they're trying to be more selective about which kids they enroll, which, okay, fair enough. It's their program, run it the way you want, but you also know the repercussions of not meeting the standard.
So are we talking about not busing the taxpayers' children who go to Eagle Hill? Because I could see how people might feel about that.
If you want to feel better about it, there's no real, or at least I can't figure out a logical or moral difference between calling up Rye Country Day and saying, hey, we know there are kids that go to your school that are from Greenwich. We want to give you 10% of your busing budget. And we could go around and do that there's lots of schools that taxpayers' kids go to. We would never consider paying for any part of their transportation budget, nor would we for the private schools in town. There's lots of critical things at private schools. Kids have to eat lunch every day. We don't say, well, we'll pay your lunch thing. It's sort of an arbitrary thing that the state, like all of the things the state forces on us, that we wouldn't otherwise do. And there's no reason, especially if we're thinking about like our test on every dollar we spend is this the best marginal dollar spent for student outcomes? And there's just better things for us to spend money on.
Yeah, I think also I'm struck by that you're saying basically we're talking about $10,000 per kid to provide a bus. That's crazy. I mean, if I could take $10,000 and spend it on a student, that's not what I would spend it on.
Jen?
But this can change from year to year based on what date. So if we took it, if we stop transportation as of, with the grace period, when would it always have to be a year to year, or if students come mid-year, does that flip us back to then having to provide busing too? Like, how would that?
Based on their
Just
October 1 count, just like we
Just
have an
an
October
October
1
1,
count, they
yeah.
have a report that they have to file as well.
And that would cover the whole year then, so there could not be a flipping back and forth of.
And really, because they didn't meet it last year, I could have already have canceled it, but I really thought when I met with her last spring, put them on notice, let them know that they would actually get it fixed. And and willfully did not fix it. It's not like they forgot or they weren't aware. I mean, she said they willfully, that her parents will probably go ballistic and, they're taxpayers. She said some of the things that Laura just said. And we have a good relationship. So this is not an issue with the head of school. But I just said, we don't have the luxury of paying for 300. And we're not saying you don't get transportation. We're saying you have to pay for it. So I'm sure DATCO would continue the 2 buses and contract with them and they can pay for it.
Right.
And it was very nice professional courtesy thing to handle it the way you did. So I don't think we need to feel guilty about anything.
I agree. Do you need a sense of the meeting or this is fine?
I mean, I'm okay. What I'm hearing
You're
is
just
I think
following
the board
along.
understands why we're in this situation.
Agreed. Okay, now for our buses.
Yes. Come forward, Mr. Branyan, the transportation man. And I did, while he's coming up, send you the document late today, if you haven't seen that had a bunch of whole listing of different places. And I just wanted you to be aware of that.
So to date, we have looked at 37 different properties. We still have about 5 in play, but the list you have just shows you the breadth and the depth. Any property somebody mentions, we put on the list, we chase it down. We get multiple ones, like the Stop and Shop in Stanford. Everyone recommends that to us, and we can only ask so many times, so we've asked twice. But they've made their own business decision, but we recognize all of the issues. Dr. Jones and I speak more than daily on this, so it's a constant conversation we have on this issue. So that's the macro view of we're still trying to find a permanent home on where we're storing the buses. And we are also currently now working at how do we just spread the buses out a little bit more to have rather than this concentration that's occurring at Western. So we're looking at a couple options now, but I don't want to say those options because we're really trying to do our due diligence on where does that work. We're trying to minimize the impact of the staff parking, and also these are big buses. So it's not just, you can't just park it anywhere. Yeah, they have to figure out how to get in, get out safely, and at the same time, minimize the staffing disruption at the schools.
I think it's worth noting, just for if there's anyone still listening, to take a step back. We're in this situation, right? Because the fact that we don't have a place to park our buses, and First Student had and other companies sort of leveraged that against us, right? And so we finally made a decision that we could save a couple $1 million, right? By saying that we could actually handle parking our buses. We're now in a little bit of a predicament because we're searching for those places, but I still think it was a great decision because again, we've saved a couple $1 million by sort of moving to DATCO. But I think the best thing is you're right. And I know the other challenge is, some people have said, why can't you have like 3 buses here and 3 buses there and 3 buses here? And the issue then becomes is that you have to literally they stay there all the time and then you have to hand out the keys, right? Every morning. So to sort of break them up into 20 different places is less than ideal. Is that the right assessment or no?
No, absolutely. It puts an additional hardship on DATCO as a check-in, and they have their key system and the like. We're working with them on how can we overcome some of those issues. The other one is that you brought up I think is worth mentioning is a lot of church properties have said, because they have low utilization Monday through Saturday. The difficulty we have though is the Sunday becomes a tremendous musical chair exercise. We war game that. How would that look? And it became significant because where do you then park the buses Friday night? So the church can use their facility on Sunday and then pick it up on Monday, then park again on the bus on Monday. It just became an incredibly logistical challenge. We've looked at if you know of an address, I'd love to take it. So.
You should get it
You should find some of the super brain children at Greenwich High School and give this to them as like a senior project. It's like quite the system/business application thing.
I joked with one person that we should do adopt a bus program where
I think from a long-term perspective, would it be ideal for us to have a location like a permanent bus depot? I mean, I think it would give us a lot of leverage, right, with negotiating bus contracts and also have efficiencies in terms of how we use the buses, how we send the buses out, like bus routing.
100%. And that's, this right now is a temporary problem we're having, but I think it's definitely setting us up for the long term. We're in a much better position when we do go out to bid. We can competitively bid it. This has always been the biggest constraint is the geography, and when the bus companies come in, they lock it up long term. So then another vendor says, "Well, I have no home, so I can't bid on it." That's not an open competitive pricing. So once we solve for this, we'll have our own agency. We'll have control. We'll be the leaseholder, or if it's a purchase, we'll be the owner of the property. Then we can say who wants to come in and bid. We have the property. We just need the assets and the drivers.
What is the constraint we have from a distance to town, and how much actual space do you need?
We're looking at when people say, "Oh, we need like an acre, acre and a half, 2 acres." Yeah, when somebody gave us, "Oh, here's an acre," and it just didn't work because there's other constraints. So I think that's sort of like the parcel size. The distance from the town.
Parcel size 1 to 2 acres is kind of okay.
Yeah, just the distance from the town. The difficulty we have is you want to be on the right side of Stamford. If you're too far, then you're on 95, and then you're paying for that deadhead time where after they perform the AM service, and then they have to get here the PM service. They have to they're generally going to be on 95 if you're further out. It's like we were looking at a property on exit 9. We were then looking at the traffic patterns, whether or not that would work in the morning. I think when the buses roll at 6 a.m., they should beat the rush that occurs on 95 at exit 9. But then how does that look in the afternoon? When after they perform the service, they're going to be stuck in the 3:30, 4 o'clock traffic back to exit 9. So we don't have the exact, "Oh, you need 2 miles, 3 miles." The difficulty is you want them as close as possible because you're paying for that service, but also when you have that inclement weather or you have to have an early dismissal that you're not planned for, you need to have a response time that is prudent.
Okay, so any question? I think the best we can, I like the idea of reducing the number of buses at Western, obviously. And I think to the extent that we could maybe, deploy them somewhat more equitably around town, that would be helpful.
I hear you.
Thoughts?
Does Parkway have room?
There's a couple there now. The difficulty at Parkway is just we have the buses that make the most sense based on their route up there. Again, the geography is so just isn't. It would actually add more time to the routes that we have. We are just, as you brought that up, we're exploring today. There by contract we have to have so many spares, and their spares are being currently housed at Western. So we're saying, well, why do we need to, lack of a better word, mothball them at Western? We can mothball them a certain number at Parkway. If you need to then use the spare, there's a plan to get there. So we have some opportunities there.
You want to jump in?
I no longer use the word fun on this project.
But we have a contract. There was a time where we weren't sure we were gonna have a.
Yes, it's been a long.
I mean, not to belabor this too much further, but like we've really looked at all of the municipal parking lots because I feel like I drive around town, there are a lot of empty municipal parking lots. And I know some of them are full, like you were saying with the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center. I appreciate that it gets busier on Saturdays and Sundays, but it is so empty during the week. And I know that we have to solve for 7 days, but are there, is Island Beach parking open, or can we do some at Holly Hill? Has that conversation happened?
multiple times. I will say on the beach parking lot, the town was, we worked out an agreement where simply because where most of the buses are at Western, the drivers, their personal vehicles are parked at the Island Beach. They're shuttled to Western to do the driving. So we are using that because it's not just the busing. You also need to figure out where do the bus driver personal vehicles park. So we are using Island Beach as their bus drivers' personal parking spot, and then they're shuttled to Western to provide the driving service. I've had multiple conversations with Joseph Solano, the Parks and Rec director. He is, as much as I would love him to say, give us more, he's done, I think, as much as he can at the same time to try to balance his operational needs. So the ice rink, we were using that property for all the all the employee parking for DATCO. And then when the ice rink became operational, that started having impact, and we came out an agreement where we could use 15 spots, and then still they could maintain their facility operations. The same thing at the Civic Center as well. So we're doing what we can. I know we all wish we could do more.
You asked, and I know it's been asked and answered, but just for everyone else, Holly Hill, what was the dump?
The transfer station.
Sorry. Why can't we transfer?
Well, the amount of commercial vehicles that access that facility in the back, and then you can look at it, go look at all the space. It's used for the debris, whether or not it's construction debris, yard waste debris. It becomes an incredibly compact site, and it's just simply not options. I've had conversations multiple times with Public Works on this as well.
I think maybe one obstacle is people don't want to have yellow buses in their yard because they're so noticeable. If we painted all of the buses camouflage, then people might be more open.
I'll chase that one down there.
You have something else on that or no?
No, we mentioned behind the Hyatt, we looked at that as well, and they had an extraordinary price of $100 per bus per space per day.
Okay.
I ran out of commas when I did the math on what that would cost.
How about the Acme on Route 1? That's closed.
Yeah.
Also,
Small.
too small. Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Maybe Eagle Hill will give you some space.
Oh, boy, but okay, I think we've beaten this one to death. Thank you so much for trying to more equitably dispense the buses.
Definitely hear you.
Okay. All right, program adjustments fiscal year 27,
Thank you,
Dr.
Ben.
Jones, thank you.
Give me 2 or 3.
Thank you.
Okay, so this item is an outgrowth again of the board and wanting to, on this academic evening, be able to talk about some programmatic aspects that came up at the end of last year. Some of them have come up more recently. As you know, even Mike, who's not here tonight, wrote an op-ed about looking at those items from last year. And then Cody, I know in the finance committee, we've talked a lot about some of these items as well. But so just going back to, again, some of the items that came up last year to talk about them from a curriculum programmatic standpoint, not thinking about the finance. Would that be correct, Ms. Stowe? So on the first one, it's on here to discuss the ALP science in grades 3 through 5. We talked about it, obviously last spring when we were in the middle of all the crazy budget stuff. But generally, our general education classroom staff teach the same curriculum that you get when you go to ALP, which is a little different than you heard tonight, for instance, like in math. And we do feel like, when they're discussing phenomena and you have a lot of students engaging with one another, that we believe our results could be equally as strong, if not stronger, by having more students that are collaborating together. And again, there's a little paragraph there to help you kind of put that in context. The other interesting thing was just that when we look at like ELA and math, we're at a level 4 on everything. When we look at science, we're not. We're 3 and 4. And so, is that because you have out groups that are very small and don't get the level of collaboration that you could get if you were actually in a classroom environment? So I'll leave it there and then you can ask questions about that. And I have a couple extra copies. Would you guys like a copy while you're sitting?
Yes. Should we start asking questions as we go? Is that okay? Does that work for you guys? I'm happy. Do you want to go? I'm happy to go first, or okay. I mean, we all know that I'm like the world's biggest ALP supporter, but so I know that this has been on the docket before. But I do have to say that I did notice in the data that there was a little bit of a difference. And so I'm willing to hear a little bit more about this because look, ALP science, I think I had kids in it, not in it. It's kind of come back and forth sort of throughout the course of the, 18 years or whatever that I've been in the system. And I now think we do need to look at the data. And I was a little concerned too tonight that in spite of, I don't know, you're right. It was what's the word I'm looking for? Not perverse. Oh my God, what's the mathematical term? And one's going the opposite way. I'm like, obviously it's way too late. That that you're teaching less and you're still getting good results there. Thank you. Negatively correlated is the word I'm looking for. But it's a little strange. So if we were able to group them, right, and I guess have all general education science together, are you suggesting they actually could spend more time on science or no?
Tara, I'm going to lean on, they stayed to help us if you had difficult questions.
I think what I can say in speaking to that is the way that ALP is structured as a pullout model in science, being in a 30-minute block, sometimes that could mean you have 30 minutes of lunch before it, 30 minutes of specials after it. So it limits a teacher's ability to be able to find other time to pick up additional instructional minutes, like capture some of those magic minutes Mark always talks about them as. If ALP, and I'm not saying I'm a proponent one way or the other, what I'm saying is logistically from a principal perspective, when you're scheduling ALP for all, or when you're scheduling science with all students in the same space, and you're not limited by 12 students leaving your room, and then you just have these 6 students left in your room or whatever that breakdown is, you can lean on win time to do some science support. You can lean on the 10 minutes that you ended early after a math lesson. You can pick up time because you have your whole group of students with you and you can instruct in that model.
What was the percent that aren't what's the percent that are meeting level 4 for science in grades 3 to 5 in the ALP?
Oh, I just have the
here's the computer. Yeah.
Sorry, I have the graph, but it doesn't have the numbers on it, unfortunately, because there's a lot of words on it. You can just pull up the data spreadsheet.
While he's pulling that up, Sophie, do you want to ask your question if it's a qualitative one or?
We need the data.
So I guess I've been a supporter of ALP primarily because I like the idea of having like more instructors and smaller class size and working in smaller groups. And I think it facilitates that just with what you're describing. If you have 18 students and then 12 of them go with one teacher and 6 of them are left behind, like, you have that more of that attention. But I frankly, having seen my kids go through and all of their friends go through, I don't feel like there's a strong predictor when you're looking at someone in 3rd grade and saying, oh, they're a really talented science student and these other kids are not. I don't really subscribe to that, right? I think it's perhaps a bit random who ends up in science ALP and who doesn't, to be frank, when they're very, very young. So if you think, like if the educators think that you could provide a just as good or stronger science education to all of the students, I would be in favor of it. So I'm just curious, do you think you're losing something if you got rid of ALP because you wouldn't have as much pushing in, or would you sort of support a model where you have instead of pulling kids out of the classroom, you have maybe more science support coming into the classroom? So there, you still have kind of that additional teaching staff supporting the students, but everyone is together. I don't know if I'm asking that clearly enough, but.
No, I understand your question. And what I can say from a curriculum and a professional learning perspective is that if all students were in one room, we could provide a rigorous curriculum that would meet the needs of all students. We have the extension and the enrichment activities that our current ALP science students engage in. They're available to all teachers right now at baseline. And what I'm saying is that if all students were in one room, we could help our classroom teachers to ensure they meet the needs of all of those students. What I do know to be true is that the most rigorous discussions happen when we have the most points of view in a room, and when we have high exceptional learners who leaning on sort of what you said, well, we do have assessments that put students into ALP, and we have a strong portfolio that we review of student work and student behavior and feedback from their teachers, their administrators, when students are placed into ALP at our building advisory committee meetings, which happen for second graders entering into third grade science. So we do look at their math scores, we look at their ELA scores, and generally we're looking at students who are highly exceeding in both of those areas. And they also take a science content assessment. So they are showing a propensity towards science interest and towards science achievement. That being said, with all students in one room, we are elevating the relative rigor of conversation to support all learners in that classroom. When you have curious students working with students who maybe are less curious, we often see inspiration and innovation in those conversations.
I don't mean to, like, I wasn't meaning to denigrate your testing.
Yeah, no.
structure that you
of
have
course.
in
Yeah.
place. I guess my understanding was we don't see a strong correlation between the students who participate in ALP in elementary school and then what they matriculate into in high school necessarily compared to other students. But I might be wrong about that. Or maybe we don't have sufficient data to be able to say that.
I believe that data is available, and we've talked about it a bit before. What I will tell you is a student who is in ALP science in third grade, generally speaking, is in ALP science in third and fourth, and then into fifth, and generally will end up in advanced science in sixth. Many of our advanced science students, by the time they hit eighth grade, often end up in an honors biology track. Not all students, and it's not for all students. That being said, many of our on-level eighth grade students also end up in an honors biology track. And what you'll see in the data in fifth grade and the data in eighth grade is you'll see that we have many students in fifth grade on level scoring a 4 on the NGS assessment who are not in ALP, and we have some ALP students scoring a 3 on the NGSS assessment. I'll remind you that that test is one test covering 3 years of content, and we never know what the standard's going to be. It could be a question about a mountain or a question about a beach, and it could be based on students' background, et cetera. I'll be very proud of our assessment scores because they're really, really strong. But that being said, it's one test and it's one day. It's not every year that we're seeing growth. We're matching cohorts after 4 years, right? Fifth grade, and then not again until they hit it in eighth grade. So I think you take the test as one data point and as one indication of successful programming. I think when we look at our students in our classrooms, we know that they do really well in an ALP classroom and in a gen ed science classroom. And whatever the board or the community decides is going to be their priority, we as a district are prepped and able to implement it to support all learners and all staff implementing the curriculum.
What was the percent that would be
Level 4 in grade 5, I believe you're speaking to right now, because that's the only testing year, is we have 87%.
Is one way to interpret that? Is it just, I'm looking at the comment here that we had, compared to ELA and math, we're 100% are meeting level 4. Does it just mean that we're letting too many kids into that program?
No, what I would say is that we have the level of assessments available to us in science to predict student success on that assessment is less. When we look at grades 3 and 4 SBA, we have those as indicators of student success at grade 5 SBA because they've taken that test for 2 years. Grade 5 science is the first time our students get to take that test. So we don't know. We don't have a lot of predictive indicators of success. What we do know is our students take the NWEA science as a barometer for achievement into science ALP. It's not a perfect match to the Connecticut NGSS test. There are stronger correlations to the SBA and ELA and math than there are to the NGSS, just because the NGSS has been around for 4 years less than the SBA. So we're just still, I wouldn't say in infancy, we've been taking it for 5 years now. That being said, it's a different assessment. It's correlated differently to our predictive indicators of success. I think that a 3 in 5th grade, the first time you take the test, is still a point of pride for students who match that, even in an ALP classroom. And the students who are getting a 4 in a non-level classroom, it doesn't mean that they would need advanced programming in an ALP classroom. It's one test, and we look at a whole bunch of the body of our student more holistically than just the assessment.
So is the way to interpret that we have less confidence in the grade, is it 2nd grade, right? Or it's 3rd grade where this starts? For science, it's
They're
3rd.
tested in 2nd for admittance in 3rd.
And do we feel less good about our ability to predict if if ALP's the right fit for them for the science placement for a 3rd grader versus the math or
I think
English?
I would say that's an oversimplification, and you're comparing apples and oranges from the entrance assessment in science to the performance assessment in 5th grade. I would say that when we look at like, what are we looking at for the NGSS? Are we trying to figure out, is our curriculum good? Is our programming good? Is our instruction good? Are our students meeting proficiency? I think the only thing we can say for sure is that they're meeting proficiency on a state exam, but how we determine the barometer of success of our ALP programming can't just be on that singular assessment. So I don't know that I'd be confident answering that question. So literally.
What about how I get it's a little loose, right? Determining if a kid should be in the ALP program. It's like you look at a bunch of different factors.
Yeah, we have a protocol, and we have what's called a building advisory committee meeting, and students take a battery of assessments, and then we meet with their teachers and their administrators, as well as a academic team coordinator. And we determine who's in the top 10% of each school. And then we have more holistic conversations, and we consider exceptionalities. We consider social profiles. We consider something that may not show up on the test. The kid took 7 hours to took the test. The kid did the test in 20 minutes. So we need to really look at this again. And we consider a whole profile before determining whether or not students enter. And we look at them for math, ELA, and science separately. So I wouldn't say it's loose. I'd say it's a very strong protocol, but it's not a cut score, and it's not one size fits all. We don't gatekeep students from ALP. We consider the entire student and the whole school population to serve students who need advanced programming to meet success. And I'm trying to be, I'm embodied by Regan. So Mike, Kim, Mark, feel free to come in.
Oh man, if on another day, the social profiles comment, I would love to double click on. But what about our parents are allowed to appeal if their kid is not in the program?
Yes, and parents also fill out a survey where they ask for students to be assessed for ALP. So we have a large catchment system for finding students who require advanced programming. We have district level screeners. We have teacher testing forms. If a teacher would like to bring a student forward, even though they don't show up on a district screening test, or if a parent would like to bring a student forward, we have the ability for students to enter that conversation one of 3 ways: their test, their teacher, or their parent. And then their parent feedback is included in that conversation that we have in the building advisory committee meeting.
We have test score. We've had a consistent test or tests that we give to kids to evaluate whether they get into ALP for science.
Yes.
Do we have
WEI for the last 3 years? Yes.
If you looked at the average scores of those tests, are they rising, falling, staying the same, just in terms of where what the criteria is for getting in?
I'd want Bonnie to answer that with concrete data, but I can get back to you on it.
What about what percent of the kids that get into ALP are from parents appealing a decision?
I would want Bonnie to chime in on that as well. And I think that it's different based on a myriad of factors, including the size of the cohorts in each building.
Because the thing I'm getting at, and what I'm really interested in, is if we're evaluating the ALP science program in grades 3 to 5, I feel like a key question, like, and I got going on this just because of this line about, it's like it's working in ELA and math, because any justification to eliminate it would have to not be, it shouldn't be a rationale that would apply to ELA and math. So if we say like, we should get rid of it because it'll make the average, conversation in the general classroom like higher level and smarter. It's like, well, that would apply to the other ones. So it needs to be unique to science. And I think one of the things that is hard to figure out, and which we want to be careful about, is if we say, oh, our science results aren't as good to then just point at Alp Science and say it must be because of this, as opposed to, you know, maybe we've degraded the program by letting too many kids in. I have no idea. That's just one thought that came to mind when I saw the 100% thing. Maybe it's because it's kind of insane that we only do 15 minutes a day, and some of us have tried really hard to move gym time to science time in the last year or two, but it could be other things that.
Yeah, we haven't done a root cause analysis on that.
Yeah. But so I just bring that up because it's it's one where I guess the information, any incremental data will be really helpful for figuring that out.
And I think one important piece that is not in this write-up, but is important to clarify, is that the ALP, and again, I do not have an opinion in either way. I work at the discretion of the district and the decision that the board makes. It is important to know that the ALP science curriculum is an enrichment model, not an acceleration model. Something like math, once a student is in 3rd grade, they are accelerating beyond the gen ed classroom student. And if they were out of ALP, they would then not have a access point to gen ed curriculum in their classroom. That is not true for science, because we cover the same standards at the same time in gen ed ALP as we do in ALP science as we do in gen ed science. So I think that's an important differentiation.
It's a very important.
Well,
differentiation.
and I think it's important to remind everyone that, you know, when we talk about our ALP program, yes, we have an advanced learning program, but in 2nd grade, again, it's an enrichment program. And we don't have a talented and gifted program in the Greenwich Public Schools, because if we did, there'd be much fewer students that would actually qualify for a true talented and gifted program. And if we didn't have local norms, the size of the ALP classes would be very different in each of our schools. So it's a complex offering that we kind of navigate carefully. And yeah, there are parents who advocate for their kids to be in the program, even though the scores are not representative of what we would expect of a typical student entering into the program. And sometimes they're successful and they stay, and sometimes they're not. And we enter into conversations with the parents about migrating them back to the general ed setting where it's more appropriate paced class for the student. You know, when I was a principal, I used to say this to parents all the time: the last thing you want to do is turn your child off to the love of learning any subject area. And if you push too hard, sometimes you will turn away a student from having that love for science or math or reading. But what you don't also want to do is miss opportunities where there are students who maybe the number doesn't correlate with their ability. And so it's not an exact science at all, the way that we operate the ALP program.
Sorry, Sophie, or I know Sophie and Lauren had questions. Yeah, so let them go. Sophie, you want to go, and then Laura? Yeah.
Actually, I'm going back to when you were talking about the sort of flexibility that when you're teaching science in the regular classroom, right, that you can kind of run into when wins time or whatever time. And I see that could be beneficial. I guess while you were talking, I see the flip side of it is, if you are a science teacher coming in and pulling kids out and teaching them a science lesson, and you're like sequestering them away from all of the distractions of being in your regular homeroom classroom, I'm curious, maybe you actually achieve more in terms of teaching the science curriculum, because if you're in the regular classroom and you're the regular teacher, somebody would be like, well, I know we're doing science right now, but like, I really didn't understand the math. So can you just explain that? Or, like, I can see there would be a lot more disruptions to teaching the curriculum. And I don't know how much of the success that we see with the ALP science program, if any, could be attributed to the fact that like they're being pulled aside and having this quiet time of very carefully focusing on science, delivering science curriculum, and the kids who are not being pulled out don't have the benefit of that.
I think we just have to be really careful. We're kind of creeping into the area of speculation, because we just don't know.
So is the suggestion here to push in to the classroom for ALP science and stop pulling out? I'm confused about the objection.
So you wouldn't have ALP specific teachers teaching science anymore. The responsibility would go back to the general education teacher. So science would be everyone in their general education classroom.
Similar to that of social studies, which currently happens during that block we do like 6 weeks of science, 6 weeks of social studies, back and forth.
So this is really a reconsideration of offering an ALP Science.
Yes,
It would be a withdrawal of offering.
right.
Yeah.
It's a very big topic. Go ahead.
What about, you're talking about the experience of going to parents and saying, hey, maybe this isn't right. What percent of the time does a parent say, I want my kid in ALP, and we say no, or they're in ALP and they're year to year removed from it because they're not able to be at the standards for it or whatever? Is that a very rare occurrence, or is that more common? If you don't have the data, just a gut feeling.
I would say that our teachers do an excellent job of meeting all students where they are and progressing them through their ability to grow. That being said, I think anytime a parent conversation is warranted for a change of placement, it's done delicately and carefully and with administrator support, Bonnie support, et cetera. I'm sure Bonnie has the statistics on that, but I won't pontificate as to if it's 1%, if it's 10%, I won't go there. I will say Bonnie definitely has a withdrawal, suggested removal kind of situation statistic that she can pull up over the past few years. But any conversation I have been a part of in the past 5 years and having this position, it's a very careful consideration. It's a case by case basis, and our teachers do a phenomenal job of meeting the needs of students, whether the student got in because they were screened in on a GPS screener or their parent appealed a process. Our teachers go above and beyond to support every student in all classrooms, including the out pull out.
Because I imagine we could spend a lot of time on this, which would be great because this is what we should be doing as a board. Frankly, I love these retreat level conversations where we're actually talking about academics and not buses. But one of the things, and I'm sorry, Bonnie's not here, but I do know is that she's seeks out some of the really top students. And I'm kind of going to go to it's kind of the second point on the grade 2 pushing out. Because frankly, she's seeing some of these math superstars, I have to be honest, kindergarten, first grade.
Yeah.
And she sees it in the data and she's kind of going to these kids on her own, right? And the teachers then are addressing them on their own. So there is a whole level of differentiation and personalization that I think is happening earlier than we even understand. I don't know if that's happening in science. I do know that's happening in math. And I'd argue it's probably happening in language arts, but I have to admit, I don't know. And if that's the case, then we should be a little bit honest with ourselves, because then if we're already doing some of those things, are we creating a structure here that doesn't really even exist because we're already hitting those kids early? And I think it's particularly, and we know I'm the math lover, it's particularly important in math because otherwise you're kind of off cycle. You get to high school and you're like, oh my gosh, I never took algebra on time, right? So it is relevant, but if you could speak to that, I guess.
Sure. I will say from a math perspective, you were asking for, it is rare for a kid to be pulled out after they get in. And it is a very delicate conversation with a lot of notice and a lot of meetings to get people to understand why the student would be better served in the general education classroom.
Is your admission, because it's math and it's a little easier to evaluate, is it more like you got to get this score on the test or be at some level?
You could simplify it in that way, but it's probably a little bit more complex than that. But yes,
because that's my concern on the science side. It's not to pick on science. It's that it's wherever there's more room for pushy parent versus just a objective measurement, then you have more room to erode the program.
Right. Did you want to say something? Or you want me to address the?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yes. So I'm effusive with my praise of Bonnie. We could not do anything we do without her. She's absolutely critical. And she is able to identify these kids early on. And it's usually in math, with the help of the teacher. The teacher notices right off the bat, say in kindergarten first, sometimes in second, but oh my gosh, this kiddo is off the charts. They can multiply and they're in kindergarten. Or a few years ago, we had a first grader that could factor polynomials. And we were kind of what is going on here, right? And so, the teacher's I need help. And that's when Bonnie gets out there. We observe the kid. We talk to the parents. We do a very comprehensive review. We figure out where the kid actually is, and then we figure out how to program for them. I would say most of the time, it ends up working out where we can coordinate the schedule of the building so that that kid in kindergarten can enter, say, a third grade ALP math class. But it's tricky because now you have one kid might be driving the whole schedule of the building because you're trying to line things up the right way. So that's a tough one. But generally speaking, we're able to meet those needs. And to your point, math is much easier to sort of focus in on this kind of stuff because we can kind of gauge exactly where their level is. And then we know, okay, this is a 7th grade ability. This is a 4th grade ability, whatever the case may be. Yes, we have many kids that are anomalies in that regard that we oversee, we watch, we figure out how to program for them. And, you know, oftentimes they end up in our highest levels or 0 block classes and all that kind of stuff. I think you wanted to address assessment.
Yeah, the only other piece I was gonna piggyback off of what Cody was saying is that the assessments in the math curriculum in terms of the end of unit assessments and to be able to monitor students and continue to monitor their progress are designed a little bit differently than the core curricular assessments in science, which are project-based and model-based. So it's just a little bit different in terms of determining whether or not what grade level assessments are we looking at to support student placement or students determining that they need to be placed back into the gen ed classroom. It's just less linear and concrete than math is.
Just a question, I don't know the history of it. What is the reason we don't do acceleration and only focus on enrichment? Is that for science?
My understanding was that the way in which math works, we can have a student enter the high school and receive high school level credit for their 9th grade course, regardless of whether that course is algebra 2, geometry, pre-calc, et cetera. When we look at accelerating science, we're not going to be offering high school level biology credit to an 8th grade student. So that's not something that our acceleration would be for, not because we need biology as a graduation standard at our high school. So that acceleration would lead students into a path of what now if we do an accelerated model where you're taking biology in 8th grade, but you still need biology as a graduation requirement in your high school course, and you can't take that from your middle school transcript. So it's not functioning in the same way that math does for a credit acceleration program.
Is that driven by us or is that a state requirement?
That's a good question.
It's really a function of Greenwich. When I was a middle school principal, we actually had high school level science in 8th grade, and it was intro to chemistry, intro to physics, because it was something that fed into the high school programming and where they were headed. So it's really district by district all across the country.
I don't want to do it tonight, but that feels like a subject that would be very much worth discussing. It's because just to take, like, don't we have 8th graders that are doing calculus? It's a shame to do calculus and then not be doing, physics alongside of it or whatever. Like, there's some things that probably pair. And if we have, I'm sure that the polynomial factoring kid probably could deal with a lot of science, more rigorous science stuff. If I don't see any reason why you wouldn't sorry, let me put it this way. It sounds like the answer is a silly self-imposed administrative requirement that we have, right? There's not any real, it's like they can't graduate unless they take biology in high school. But the answer is not like the best student outcome is because of that. It's just
I think the other limiting factor to consider is the lab availability at an elementary school versus the middle school. We'd likely end up needing to support students to do their science then at a middle school site location if we were going to have them moving. If you're tracking them in 3rd grade, then they're taking 6th grade science in 5th grade, then we're moving them to a different timeline, et cetera. I just think there's a lot of logistics. Nothing is impossible, but when you're thinking about setting a kid up in 3rd grade for what their path looks like 6 years later in 9th grade, that's a little bit, we have to consider it. It's big.
or have them cover half the curriculum in the year and the other half they can just watch Cool Veritasium.
No, but it's crazy because I never even thought about it with the science, especially because actually you run out of opportunities to take science. Like, I know that my kids can't take all the science classes they want. And once you're on the math, you're kind of like,
you're on the path.
You're on a path and kind of run out, right? In some cases, for some kids, but like, there's, a lot of kids want to take AP Chem and AP Physics, and you really usually can only get one of those in your high school. I mean, some people do in the morning.
I would say some people do 2 at a
Some
time.
people do 2 at a time, but you're always giving up something, right? And so to the extent if you had a kid that was that accelerated in science, they could be doing the same thing that.
I mean, the other way to think about it is imagine for a moment we didn't have the requirement that all high school kids have to take biology in high school. It would be very bizarre if for you all to come forward and say, you know, I know we have this smart 7th grader over here who took biology. We shouldn't allow that. Everyone should have to take it in 9th grade and let's slow everybody down. Like, I doubt there's always so much status quo inertia on existing things. I doubt anyone, if it was the other way, would be pushing to change to what we have it to. It's something that should be visited. These are, by the way, this is such a great sheet. I wish all of our meetings were doing this stuff.
It comes from all of you. So one thing I would add, though, I think in an effort, and again, Tara's partner in this, is that versus having, say, an 8th grade class that's intro to chem, intro to physics, it's one of the reasons we have the highest level research where our kids are over in the high school and
junior
innovators and the results we're seeing through that program are best in the country. I mean, well, we have a young lady going to Washington, DC, I think, is it next week or so? Yeah. So we're offering a really high level for those students that you're talking about, but it is different than just on the regular curriculum.
I guess I come back to what is the problem we're trying to solve with 1 and 2 for discussion items? Is it that we have concerns about the program as it currently exists and should we look at alternative options for them? Just help me to understand how you want us to look through the lens.
I don't think there's a problem with anything. I think what happened last year is both of these items are on GEA and GOSA to get rid of them. Why is that? You're right. And the board was discussing an entire page of probably 40 items and couldn't dig in deep on some of these topics. And so that's why they've asked, I think, for them to come back to have a deeper discussion. And that's why you don't see the financials here tonight, because it's really about, you know, this was on a reduction list last year. So do we value it or do we not? Is it really making a difference in the lives of our children? And I think that's what we're trying to discuss.
Yeah, no, I think 100%. I mean, I think that people were very frustrated. The public was very frustrated. They're like, why are you having this conversation about cutting it for money? This should be a policy conversation. So now we're having it as a policy conversation, right? And
the answer is because we always try to secretly do policy through the budget process, which was always my goal.
well, now we're doing it the proper way, right? We're having a conversation. I mean, and I think for me personally, you know, the question is this the best for all of the kids? Right. So I don't, you know, it seems like there's so much data, we could dig through it endlessly. And I don't know, you know, we are hypothesizing and extrapolating and all of that. But, you know, I guess I'm not totally convinced that this is definitely the best model for us. Like maybe, you know, is it the best model for the kids who are getting pulled out for science help? Maybe, but is it to the detriment of the general ed kids? I don't know, right? And I mean, this has been a really robust conversation, but I feel like I need to think about it more and kind of even dig through the data more, because it may also depend on the school, because their schools are pretty different in terms of how many kids are getting pulled out and not.
Sure.
I think the only other piece I would add is that you're looking at this in grades 3, 4, and 5, but we're only looking at assessment data from grade 5. So I think you may have to consider 3, 4 versus 5 and whether or not you make a determination at grades 3 through 5 or grades 3 and 4, and then something different for 5, because it's a different instructional model. I will tell you that our comparative districts are instructing science for 45 minutes a day in 5th grade, and it's daily. It's not always on the other end of a social studies unit, how we do it. So I think 5th grade is a different consideration than 4th grade, especially if we're also leading into advanced science at the middle school, which is a different curriculum with additional standards. It is an acceleration curriculum with different assessments, different rubrics, et cetera, which is a different model than than elementary school. So if there were to be a delineation in decisions that were made, I think that it's 3 through 5 does not need to be a one size fits all decision.
As a policy thing, is there a way we could explore, especially because the comparative schools do more, but also because the amount of science instruction to me just doesn't make sense, especially when we do like empathy worksheets and other things that some people I think probably think are important, but I would say science trumps those. Can we look at, from a policy standpoint, things that could be done to increase, like what we would have to reduce in order to increase the amount of time allocated to science instruction?
Well, if you want me to say it, we have to revisit FLES. Spanish at the elementary level.
Purposely playing to him?
Or PE, I mean, it's.
No,
I'd like to say that 'cause-
I'm being honest, when you talk about instructional minutes, our instructional day has not increased over I've been in this business for over 30 years and I've been in Greenwich for 23 years. We haven't added instructional minutes, but we continue to add instructional requirements. We've added foreign language in elementary school. We didn't add instructional minutes. We had to carve out time for that program. And I'm not saying that that program doesn't have its merits. I hope people listening hear that.
I didn't pay him to say this.
I'm simply saying that that's the reality of the situation. I'm also going to say we offer twice as much physical education than any of our other districts. By law, we're required to provide 60 minutes. So when you ask how do other districts allow for more science time, it's because of the way they've chosen to lay out their instructional day. I'm not advocating for cuts in any area. I'm just simply stating the facts.
Okay, so we're talking about this. This is like really big stuff. Is there like is there a action item like that we need to be concerned about, or is this all just very theoretical? Because I know the hour is kind of late, and this is I mean.
It's a discussion, right?
Okay,
So we're having a
there's
discussion.
no impending.
But I think the important thing is these discussions ultimately,
But-
they leave the realm of theory and flow into action items. It's like the right things to be evaluating. How much science instruction should we have? How should the advanced learning programs be, you know, acceleration versus expansion or whatever? And these are like really good topics because it starts with the discussion. You go collect a little information, we build on it, and we say, here's a policy change we should implement.
Yeah, it's a retreat, right? So and these were things that came to us again. I think you laid it out well, Sophie. I don't remember, sorry if it was Dr. Jones or Sophie, but you know, we were presented with many things from many parties last year because we were forced through a budget item. And we were smart enough to say, thanks, but no thanks. We need to think about these things over the long term. Instead, we'll just make kids go to school earlier. But now we're sitting here and it's like, okay, well, these were meaty topics. And so while we have time, let's be thoughtful.
Tony, do you want to, since we got entirely focused on 1 and 2, do you want to cover 3, 4, and 5 uninterrupted? Like we'll just listen and then maybe we could switch to 6 because that's a meaty one.
Sure. Yeah. So 3, again, is really looking at the SIM skills in 9 and 10. And if you actually, if that collapsed and you eliminated SIM skills, you would pick up FTE for English and social studies. And that really was just looking at, is that a course that should be more optional for a student who may need it or a parent wants it? Or is it something that we really should be still doing in 2025? So that's that one. The next one is an outgrowth, again, from the board, in that as we got into the weighting discussion over the last month or two, and you added the 0.25 weight at that AP level. So then this 113 and 113A came up, and this is not a new topic either. I've heard this since I've been here 7 years. So it's really, why do we not weight 113A, or should it just be one rigorous course that is 113? And you have 112 as well. So should you have 112 and 113? And that kind of follows the logic that you just were talking about. As I was thinking about this with biology and AP bio, and getting some of the kids that are like, stay in the 112, maybe they're in the 113 and a little bit more rigorous. I don't know, but a 112 and a 113A collapsing, or should they be weighted? And, you know, and there's been a philosophy here, I guess, for a long time that we didn't weight the freshman level course, but it is more work. And we do say that. I mean, it is, and that I think those of you that have had students in 113, what I will tell you, what I hear from PTA and people that have had multiple kids is your first student does 113A and your second or third may not. And that's really being true. I mean,
I mean, I know that I had one kid do 113A and then I saw the subject line of 113A and I glossed over it for my first child and I was like, that doesn't speak to me. So he missed the assessment for 113A. Anyway, there's a huge sort of sense of community among the kids who take that class. I don't know, it is special. I don't know that I would want to see that go.
So did you want to keep going or you want to? Well, yeah, let's talk about 3 and 4, right? I guess. Go ahead. I'm happy to, go ahead.
No, I was saying this.
So I'm going to start on, I mean, obviously I've been very vocal about the 113, 113A, and I don't actually have a view on it. I just think that it's funny because this came on as a pilot. I'm sure I'm looking at Ralph prior to me being on the board. So this is now more than 8 years ago. I remember Dr. Gaetan Francis, this was something that she pushed. It was the concept that kids are coming out of the ALP English program and then there wasn't like a rigorous enough course when they got to English at the high school. There was a gatekeeper aspect to it for many years as a result. So it was the only class that you had to take a test in 8th grade and get in. And then that was removed for good reason, because there was no gatekeeping once you get into the high school anyway, right? It was like, if you wanted to go for AP or you wanted to do whatever, go for it. So that concept was removed. And the reason it originally didn't have the weighting was because there was this gatekeeper effect. It didn't seem fair, right? Like if you were not allowing a child to matriculate into it based on this one assessment, it didn't seem fair that they then would go into high school and not be allowed the ability to have a weighted class their freshman year. When that changed, arguably, you have to now be looking at the course on its own, because now it's no different than like an honors English course. So, or an AP or whatever you want to call it. So, but the question is it different? I have had 2 of my 3 kids have taken it. It is a lot more work. And I think that everyone is going to agree with it. I don't know if it's harder work, and that's not for me to determine, but it is a lot more. Does that deserve a weighting? Or how is it different than 113? And that's your question, because if it's not different than 113, then why are we pretending? I don't know.
I think it provides an extra level of rigor for the kids who feel that they want it. And
Don't know if it's rigor or if it's more work. That's my question.
I don't know, but everybody in the back of the room looks like they've wilted.
But is the idea?
Here,
Yeah, I can do this.
I mean, it's just a topic, and then we're gonna have a lot more meeting about it, but go ahead. But do you weight it, or is it a different, so
Or
do
do
you
you get
get
rid
rid
of
of class for like 8 years? Do we
So-
still have it?
This course was proposed not by, almost all courses are proposed by the high school staff, and it goes through a process and then comes to you guys and you approve it or you don't approve it. This course did not come from the high school. This course came from the assistant superintendent at the time. She drafted it, she wrote it, and she put it on to the high school. At the time, none of us were very happy about that, and but that was at that time. Now,
How long ago was that?
wow, it's more than that, now. Yeah. I was still at Eastern. It was at least 10, 15 years ago. Anyway, we get about 85 students taking the class. And in 113, and they are not, sometimes they can't be housed. So they're not in their house for 9th grade English and social studies, because it's almost impossible to do that. So that's the downside. Waiting or not waiting, I really don't. It's more rigorous. That's the answer. I know that's what you're looking for.
I mean, I felt like it from my personal perspective, but that's not for me to
I
determine.
would rather have 112 and 113, because people actually think there's 3 levels now. It's not really 3 levels.
And 112 gets, people don't think it's college prep anymore, and it is. But the perception is since you have you have 113A, that nobody wants to be placed in 112. Because they think it's less than, and it's not. So that's the conundrum more at the high school more than anything else. It's not, I think the teachers that are teaching 113A would hurt me if they said we should get rid of the course. But I also think the teachers that are teaching 112, they're not, students are not enrolling in it because, and parents are not encouraging children to enroll in that level because they think it's not as rigorous as, it's not a college prep course, and it is.
Can I ask a
113,
question?
113.
I'm sorry. How does that work with the middle schools then? When the middle schools, eighth graders, when they're coming into the high school, who's determining their placement then in the classes, aside from this, the procedure to kind of petition into the class or?
Well, the teachers make their recommendations in middle school. They always have.
So then a teacher has 3 potential options, correct?
No.
Based on the student. So what would 112 have the most amount of students, then 113 or 113A would follow like an ALP trajectory?
Well, I think
Or not.
right now, 113 probably has the most number of students. Yeah, absolutely.
Ralph, can I just ask, would it be not having 112 and having just 113 and 113A?
It's another way to go.
Hmm.
I think I'd be happy with that.
When you say 113A is more rigorous, I can't remember because it's been a long time, but I thought it was just that there's like additional writing work. Is that what it is? I thought there was sort
I
of
think
like,
there's additional.
was there additional reading? I thought it was, okay,
It's I think it is more rigorous.
is a different curriculum.
And
Okay.
based on the people that are teaching it and knowing the people that are teaching it, it's tough. It's a tough road to go down, especially if you're going into 9th grade.
Yeah, and it's only 80 kids out of the freshman classes, so
Approximately.
okay,
That's
so we have like 600 kids basically in 113 and then 80 in 113A is kind of what we have right now.
So, and there used to be 22 sections of 112. There's not 22 sections of 112 anymore. So 10. There's 10. So that course made a big difference in what the perception of the three levels at night.
So is it like 200 in 112 and then 500 in 113 and 80 in 113A? Is that kind of what the breakdown is? Something like that?
It's close, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Is there some way to measure the difference between 113A and 113 and to see if it has some kind of measurable similarity to one of the other classes that's weighted and unweighted? Like, I don't know if you look at average grade or some measurement of rigor of the class or something, but to say, well, the difference between these two is similar to the difference between other classes where one is weighted and one isn't. So to be consistent, we should do the same thing. Or is this like just kind of a gut feel and
More of a gut feeling, Cody, but just because it's more work doesn't mean it should be weighted.
Yeah.
I don't think that's not our philosophy here. Our kids are going to school not for the weight of the course. They're not going to school for, whatever grade they get. They're going to school, hopefully, to learn the skills that they need that's based on the vision of the graduate so that they're prepared for the next level. And that's what kids are going to school for. It's not for a higher weight because they're working harder. There's kids working in a 300 level English class as hard as they can.
I'm with you on the not the
know what I'm
working hard.
saying?
But what is the standard then that we have for weighting?
So currently honors and AP, right?
No, I get, I meant not like what we do, but when we say like it's not for, the class is more work, that's not a reason to
No,
weight
I don't-
it.
I don't believe so, but.
Yeah, but why, we don't do it for we do it for AP and honors because is it just
We
that they're,
say it's more work.
was it because we say it's more work or is it because it's harder or?
I think you're hitting on the
Yeah.
exact point, like.
That's why we're discussing it really. I mean.
Like are we just being inconsistent and applying different standards to this one particular situation?
I think it's because of freshman level course. That was kind of I mean, the way I've always understood it is just like, if you wanted to take 113A, it's because you want the additional challenge and like, you want the additional writing, and that will set you up better for then when you move on and do all of these other advanced level classes. Because a lot of kids who don't, I mean, just based on the numbers, a lot of kids who take 113 still go on and take AP Lang and AP Lit and all of those other AP classes. But in theory, you're like, okay, I'm ready to take on the challenge as a freshman to have a more rigorous English course. And maybe that sets me up to be more successful in the following 3 years, but like not to the point of weighting it. I don't know. That was my.
And do we think that some kids take the less rigorous class simply because it's kind of it's like you get the penalty of more work, but no grade benefit?
Yes.
So then when you think about it that way, it's a policy we have that provides for worse student outcomes because we're steering students towards doing less rigorous academic things. That would make me strongly in favor of weighting it to be consistent and to get better outcomes for students at an aggregate level.
Like Tony said, your first kid usually does it and your second kid doesn't. So far, both of mine did, but but there's a lot of people that sort of say, I mean, as cynical as it is, kids will say there's no advantage.
No, I mean, when I talk to kids in college and they're like, how do I get so it's this kind of job? I'm like, doesn't matter what class you take, just get the highest GPA. You don't want that for high school English.
And freshman year, the only other thing that I think is weighted is bio though.
Honors bio.
Honors bio, right? Right, that's what I'm saying. Right.
It's more work. It's not.
That's the question.
We can call it freshman English and then freshman honors English. I guess we could do that. I guess, I don't know.
Yes, that's
I'm in favor of weighting it.
I'm in favor of doing something. I don't know what it is yet, but I think something has to change.
I like the superintendent's idea. 113, 113A, and the only
You mean 113, 112?
and this way people are not thinking one course is less than another course.
So you're saying go to 2? Consolidated. There's an argument for it. Well, sure. Raise the standards for everyone.
He said, no, that wasn't what.
Wait a minute. So if I understand, 112 and 113 are not the same in terms of
No, they are not.
rigorous. And then 113A it goes up
Takes you
in
to the next level.
intensity
Yeah.
and.
But the kids from 112, 113, 113A are all moving into advanced classes. It's not like the kids in 112 are tracked to go to one level or not, or they're all moving. They have the possibility of moving into our highest classes. So it's not like it's a track.
Why don't we just label it honors and then move on? Honors, weight it, move on.
I just don't want to, I don't want to diminish our program. I feel like all of these ideas are.
Well, we're deciding,
Kind of a
I mean, we're not gonna make a
diminishing of our
decision
program.
tonight because we have to have our other colleagues too, but I think that it's good that we started to.
But I think we diminished 112. That's what I think we did by adding 113.
You're saying, because we made 3 levels.
Yeah.
There were 2, and we made 3,
So
essentially.
if this is going to be moved to an action item, do you think that we could get from the English teachers or the coordinator, the English language arts coordinator to just, very quick bullet points, the differentiation between 112, 113 and 113A, so that we can see the level, the leveling and.
And I think it would be helpful to see who matriculates into AP.
Oh, you can see the
Lang.
movement, yeah.
Well, 'cause
And
I
you can
think it's pretty
actually,
even,
You can
actually,
see it
right?
here. There-
yeah,
I
you
mean,
can see it on the,
So it's, I
graph.
mean, there's 314 kids took AP Lang
Yeah.
last year. So that means of the 80 kids that took 113A, then there were 314. So a lot of the 113ers probably, or probably a bunch of the 112s, right? I mean, what I would be interested to know is the kids. Right, the kids that are in 112 is 113 versus 113A. When they all move up to Lang, you know, are the kids out who took 113A, are they better prepared to be in Lang? And then it would be a question of, to me, just looking at the curriculum, being like, okay, how do we enhance the overall curriculum? It's not necessarily even a weighting question to me. It's like, which kids are doing the best in AP Lang? What does that tell us about our freshman English courses and how can we strengthen them, right? Because we want everybody to do well. I don't care if you're what class you're in, right?
But we'll also have to remember, everything we teach. Is a student ready for this? Sometimes they're ready in ninth grade. And sometimes they're not. But it's a developmental process. So they might not be ready in ninth grade, but when they get to 10th grade, they might be ready for a more rigorous curriculum. So that's the difference. And it's hard to, quantify that kind of stuff.
But I just want to go back to think about the implication of what you both said. You have students that like to be actively engaged, that would pursue the hardest stuff, but we're giving them an incentive not to by not weighting it. Like just by weighting it, we could induce action that would lead to students pursuing more rigorous things. That seems like a total no-brainer.
But Cody, high school's a little bit different than when you were there, okay? They're very serious. They are pursuing the most rigorous courses they can pursue.
But these two just said the opposite.
No matter what they are going for it. I mean, we have more kids take AP classes this year than ever before.
No, yes, but I'm just listening to what Kathleen and Sophie said.
He's being rather cynical. It's because those classes are weighted, whereas this one is not. And so the fact that you are only getting 80 and then you're getting 300 and something in the AP class suggests that people are maybe being incentivized by a weight. No?
Like we don't want to incentivize kids to like, and if I mean, think about it just on this board, there's 8 of us, the 2 people with high school students in the room are saying, oh, either your kids or your friends' kids made decisions where they pursued a less rigorous academic thing because we put an incentive in place for them to do that. That's a bad impact.
It's not that there is no incentive to take the harder class right now. And so you're not incentivizing them to take the easier class. You're just saying we're not rewarding them to take the harder class unless they just want it for their own.
We're taxing them.
Yeah, well, you can look at it different ways. I mean, and I think what Ralph was alluding to is like, kids are coming into the high school and they're like, some of them are 13 still, right? They're young, they're 13, 14 years old, and they may not benefit from a more rigorous class like freshman year, but then they'll still be ready for AP Lang sophomore year. And I guess from a mental health perspective, because now I'm thinking about it that way, like if it was suddenly like, oh, well, honors freshman English, it's weighted, then I think you would get a mad rush of people taking honors freshman English because their parents would be like, oh, it's honors and it's an extra point or whatever. And so you wouldn't have 87 kids in there anymore. You would have 300, whatever, the same number that you have taking AP Lang, and maybe they're not ready for it. So like, do we really want that? I don't know. I mean, I think that's what you were getting at, is like, because people, as soon as you put weight on it, you're going to have kids taking it to game the system that maybe they don't really benefit, and maybe they need a little more space freshman year to get their legs under them because it's tough.
But then the conversation should be removing the weighting on the 9th grade science class, because there's no reason that it would apply for English and not apply for biology or whatever it was.
Well, I feel like bio is more like the other classes. You have regular bio, you have honors, and you have AP, right? In the same way that you have that for all the.
But it's the same logic. It's like, oh, mental health, you put the weighting there. Now the kids are going to pursue it. It's like we can leave My point is like you have, smart kids who chose to not do the harder thing because they viewed it very, like, by the way, it's a very smart thing to do. You look and go, huh, this could weigh on I want to get into college, grades matter. This is going to be harder. Like, it makes sense. I'm just saying, giving kids an incentive to not take a harder thing, and then we can leave it up to them and their parents to decide if they want to push it to the limit or not.
But it's also a good way for a student entering Greenwich High School, which, it's a tough road to hoe. So it gives you, if you don't want to take 1 to 13, you get to balance your schedule out a little bit. So say you're taking honors bio, say you're in a high level math class, whatever, algebra 2A, whatever. Say you're in those rigorous classes. Maybe you want to not take a break or take it easy, but have a less rigorous class on your schedule, because you're coming into something that's going to blow you away. If you for a lot of kids, it's just hard.
But we won't take that choice away from them.
No, but you know what I'm saying now?
No, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah. And but I just would trust people to make the choice that works for them. But I just hate the thought that we would actively tax something to discourage it when, like, if you say if it was weighted, there are kids that would have happily taken the class, but they chose not to.
But it gives the kids to have a bit more balance in their lives as they enter freshman year.
But I don't know why the limiting principle there would be this, you stop at English. It's like, we'll go in circles here, but
Yeah.
it's like, then we should just drop it on a bunch, which there's an argument for that, right? It's like, we should get rid of homework or let these kids live a little bit.
I mean, I feel like we're talking about
Colleges
a
and
lot.
kids.
The only thing I would say is that a lot of colleges have freshman English required. I don't know if your college did, but I
I
think
placed out of it with AP English.
well, there you go. But it's not atypical to have like a freshman
Thank you,
English
Scott.
class, whether in high school or in college, to make sure that everybody has like a baseline to move forward. And it's for whatever reason, that is different than science and math. I don't know why, but I'm just saying, I feel like that is true. It certainly is true in colleges, right? And some colleges, I guess you can place out of it, but some you can't, right?
But Dr. Jones makes a good point. Why do we call this 1/3? Why do we have the numbers? Like, we should just be calling this like, what if we go to 2 classes, freshman English and whatever,
We should use colors.
right?
When I first started, I had no idea. It was so confusing. So I know it has to be confusing for parents if they're first in the high school, because you've just got these random numbers and you're like, what is this? Were you like that? And when it says like freshman English and advanced freshman English or whatever you want to call it, but then parents would actually know too.
Yeah. So I think that, I think it goes one of 2 directions, honestly. I think you either weight it or I think you collapse it to 112 and 113. And then wait 1/3 and then wait 113. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's the third option.
I mean, if you took your recommendation or suggestion earlier of just having a 113 and a 113A, or an English 9 honors, however you want to label it, the honors would get the weight, and then the English 9 wouldn't, but it would also be a way, because there are supports, and then looking to seminar skills, right? And not get rid of seminar skills for those students who maybe would flourish in 112, 113 might be a little rigorous for them. But if you're collapsing it, right, and keeping the STEM skills in there, then they have that support through that to tackle an English 9 or an English 113 or whatever we want to call it tonight for argument's sake. So they do have the support. So you're bringing those kids from 112, you're bringing them up to a 113, pulling them together. And those kids that really excel go to the honors or A or whatever we want to call that. So there's the 2 and have the supports in. I don't know what it looks like scheduling wise. It's just a suggestion.
I just want to be clear. I think there should be 2 levels, and I don't think either one should be weighted. Okay, that's what I think.
You should basically be like, not call it 112 and 113, just call it like English 1 and English 2 or something.
Sorry. Which subject matters for freshmen do we have 3 levels for, and which ones do we have
Just got
2
rid of,
levels for?
3 levels in science.
Okay.
And we're trying to do that more because we don't want to attract children through the school and have them, you know, in class, because you put a kid in, for example, in practical bio, they're going to say the same kid in our lowest math class, and they're going to see the same kid in one of our lowest for world language classes. So you don't want to do that.
When you say track kids, what is it? What do you mean by that?
I mean, having the same kids floating from one class to the next class to the next class.
Why is that an inevitable consequence of having three levels?
You've got.
Doesn't that just mean that the teachers or the program for the lowest level are not doing as good of a job if you have a situation where they're staying stuck?
No,
I'm
it
sure.
means you
I'm
don't
asking-
have enough students on your master schedule to have 10 sections. You only have 2 or 3. And then when they start choosing their electives, they end up on the same like schedule because you just don't have enough of the classes. And if kids are no longer taking like 112, you know, because they've moved away from that, then you just don't have the sections.
But I guess what I'm confused is when we say track, we don't want kids staying at the same level that they're at. But the way to solve that is to put them in a class where the average level in the class is higher. And that we think will then make them less likely to stay on the track that they're on. Like that doesn't seem,
You put them in there with support, we didn't just take apart practical biology and then not support the students in the regular bio classes. You put them in there with support.
okay, but then, okay, so the idea is you're trying to catch them up live, basically.
Yes.
And do we have, we did that with science in the last few years?
We just did it.
We just did it.
We just did it. We're 5 weeks in.
So actually, that's kind of interesting because you'll get some data out of that and see if
Absolutely,
you're
yeah.
getting,
Yeah.
you know, what the results are.
It's one of the best ideas I thought that ever came out of my team.
But when you say the best idea is to use it as an experiment to see how it works, or you've already decided it's a good idea before you see the results?
We thought it was a good idea because for a number of reasons. But because how do I put this? We thought it was a good idea because the instruction at one level was getting interrupted all the time by various things. Maybe behavior, maybe the kids were not up to speed with the curriculum. They need more support in reading or writing, something like that. We put them with their peers. They should have been all along. We should never have had a practical class. And we put co-teachers in 4 sections of those classes so that they'd have support and would succeed. We don't experiment on kids. It's not an experiment, okay? This is what we did to help kids thrive in that environment and learn that great bio curriculum that we have.
But just to pressure you on this, because if it came back that the kids in the class who would have already been in the middle level and are now sharing it or whatever, if their results go down or they feel held back or there's suddenly distractions in the class and you had clear data that showed you that, would you then say it's a success and that's just the cost of doing it, or would you then rethink it?
Well, we'll look at it at the end of the year. We're always going to look at it at the middle and the end of the year to see how those particular students did. But we also had data that showed that if they were in practical bio, they never were able to go to regular chemistry.
But that was my point, that the issue might have
never
just
able
been
to score well in the NGSS. So we had that data, which is another reason why we made the change.
No, I guess my point though is that it's not clear to me that the issue wasn't that the way that practical program was set up was just not designed well, right? If we were getting bad results out of that program, and then we say, okay, we're going to eliminate the program and mesh it into the other program, like you don't know necessarily what was causing the underperformance there, right?
I think if you go back to our special education study, and reflect back on that data, you will see that that's one of the areas that was part of our action plan. Because what was also happening in practical is they become almost special education classes that are placed, and we were almost 100%, like when they first came in to study us. And so then other parents would think that it was a special class, and so they didn't want to have a regular gen ed student in there. And that's something we've really worked on, but it's very difficult because parents are making those choices for their children. And that creates just a very different environment. I think that's what Ralph is saying. Yeah.
And it's a completely different environment and it's a healthy one. So again, we're gonna review it at the middle of the year. We'll review it again at the end of the year. But I think based on what Sean and Todd White saw yesterday in terms of cognitive engagement and kids on track and really working, I think we're headed towards a big success.
But so is science the only one that is 2 classes? Do we use 3, like in math? How many levels? Just in terms of, we're talking about consolidating 3 English levels to 2. We have 3 in English. What do we have in math?
We have for 9th graders.
There's a bunch.
I'll bring in the former math coordinator.
My former high school math teacher.
Former teacher.
Yes. What grade did you get him, by the way?
That's not public
I
information.
still remember our circadian rhythm
Oh.
assignment. That was such a unique assignment for a math class. I
Yep.
always think about that.
Sinusoidal functions. So math is just a different beast because students are going to come into 9th grade based on what they did in 8th. So you might be in algebra, you might be in geometry, you might be in honors algebra 2, you might be in algebra 2A. So it's based on what they took in 8th grade. So they're
All right, so a lot of levels there.
right.
And then,
And then world language, same thing, whatever.
Lot of language.
Different.
okay, so the general thing is having lots of levels outside of science.
Yeah, how about, well, and I guess history is the same. History is the same.
Oh, yeah, what is history the same for every?
The same as,
Is it?
so you, right.
Yeah.
it's-
Oh, same as
it's
English.
paired.
But why didn't we
So
put,
There's 113.
What, we should be talking about them together.
Yeah. it should
is
be
there a
English-
113A for
English
history?
and global studies. Correct.
Because that's like AP US history and what AP science.
Correct.
So yeah, basically it's not consistent, I guess is the takeaway. But foreign language has multiple levels and math has multiple levels. So you're kind of coming in at,
But what's funny is it's not like English doesn't have multiple levels. There are people that are reading, really advanced books. And then I don't think I read a book till junior year of high school.
um, okay. I mean, I think that on this one, I think we've asked for some, do we need any data or I'll pull some data and then get some thoughts from the English department, right? And I guess, and sorry, and the history department, because it's one and the same.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Now we can do the fun one.
And then, okay, and then, sorry, as we keep going,
There's 2 more.
2 more.
So the next one again is something that the board talked a lot about last spring, but it's really looking at realigning the structure and the support and having a stronger advisor structure, but aligning the high school more by grade level for the support system. And again, that one was thrown out there and it's probably listed a little bit different here just by hearing the different conversations that you're all having right now. Originally, I think because we were doing it so fast last spring, it was like, get rid of a house, but that didn't go over well. And so we've tried to, I think, as you have given me feedback, put this together based on what I think I'm hearing from members of the board.
I have one question that I already know the answer to, and I think it's only a 1-word answer, but aren't we one of only very, very few schools in the country, like maybe 2, but less than 5, that does a 5, groups our administrative functions into 5 instead of 4?
It's unusual. It's unusual, but I don't know how many in the country. I mean, I really don't. It's, but it is unusual to be grouped that way. And there's, pros and cons to both. But I think when you're grouped by 9, 10, 11, and 12, one of the benefits is when you have a team of people that are bringing in those freshmen and they really get to know the kids and they're all on the same level. They're all having a lot of the same experience. It is when they stay with those kids, all the way through high school, on a grade level standpoint.
Right.
So,
Because right now you basically just have your guidance counselor, like one person that kind of tracks with you in that sense. Right?
yeah, and sometimes, I mean, even from a school spirit standpoint, I think, going to student government, our houses don't seem to do like, I'm going to say I was listening to a staff member the other day actually talk about when they were in high school at Greenwich High, and the houses used to be such a big piece where they really, and I don't know why, and Ralph has been here his whole life, so he would probably know, but they felt really connected to the house. And now I had a parent actually say, well, on parent night, my child didn't even have one class in the house. So at some point in time when the structure was put in, and you're really kind of like a school within a school. And maybe it's when we went through the construction, had to add a science wing. How did that impact everything? I don't know, but it
might
is
be, frankly,
unusual.
It might be the giant course of study guide. I mean, it's
Yeah, it could be.
possible to have
Yeah.
I don't think any of my kids have ever had a class in the
Yeah.
Clark House.
But I
Right,
think
but-
if you have been in a large high school where they're a 9, 10, 11, 12 structure, the school spirit is like off the charts just because these are the group of kids that are going to graduate together. They're, things like your pep assemblies and things like that are just, I don't know, it's everything that they're doing as a class. You're building a class. And I think from a spirit side, there's a lot of value to it. But again, there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's on here because it got thrown out there last year and everyone wants to discuss it again.
All right, we keep going.
Well, I just wanted to say that for the house system, I've been doing this for a long time. I was in a house when I was in high school. So if you need support, and a lot of kids in our high school need support, there's no better way to do it than through the house system. They meet weekly on students. They develop plans for students in that house. They get the secretaries, the school counselors, the psychologist, the social worker, the house administrator, get to know their kids. It breaks that big school into 5 tiny schools. Lots of schools try to emulate Greenwich High School and put a house plan in. They can't do it because they're not built that way. We were built that way, specifically by a group of people who thought about this and decided, yeah, we're not going to do 2 high schools. We're going to do 1 high school. And then they went and looked around the country, and they went to Massachusetts, all over the country, and they found the house system, and they brought it back to Greenwich in 1964 of all years. And that's when they started planning that building. So remember why they did it in the first place and what the services that are being provided through the house plan. It's faster than anything I've ever seen in any other high school. But it works better for us because we're built that way.
Why should we add a house? Why is 5 better than having 6 houses?
Well, first of all, where are you going to put the 6th house? But second of all, our numbers for our guidance counselors are great right now. They're about 180 students per counselor. It's amazing. And it's a great resource for kids. If we reduce a house, then we're adding kids onto counselors' caseloads. And you all know, because all of you had a kid apply to college or you've applied to college, the deadlines are now so much earlier. Those counselors are working over the summer to get their stuff done, and it's done by house.
But so
you don't want to reduce a house and then accelerate the caseloads in the houses, in 4 houses.
Is your point that you think the number of guidance counselors is the correct number, but whether you just had more guidance counselors in 4 houses or fewer guidance counselors in 6 houses, you'd be indifferent?
But it's also the other services that the house provides in a timely manner.
No, I get that. I'm just curious of why is 5 houses? And I understand that the building has 5
Okay,
things,
so
but
when we knew 1,000 more students were coming to Greenwich High School, we had 1,800 students or 1,900 students at the time. Another 1,000 students were coming. We had choices to make. One of the choices, we had one empty building because we built a science wing and we moved the media center over to, and we built a new main office. So here's an empty building. We turned it into classroom so we could do the reconstruction on all the other houses. So you had a place to go. So Clark House would have a place to go while they were reconstructing that house, okay? Then all of a sudden we had an empty building because all the construction was complete. So we had world language in there for a year while we tried to determine what would be the best way to go. Did we do a 5th house? Did we do a 9th grade house? Do we do some kind of a career house? Something. There was lots of ideas. But bottom line, the school and the board decided it was a better idea to go with another house
wait, sorry, this is when was this?
in the 90s.
I thought you said it in the 1960s.
No, the house plan for 4 houses.
Okay.
Was developed in the 60s, yes.
But I guess,
The 5th
I'm-
house was 22 years ago.
okay, so but your logic was we should go back and remember the original founding reason we have this, which was 4 houses. And then we had an influx of students. 22 years ago, were there more high school students or fewer high school students?
Fewer 22 years ago. But then they came and we were up to 28, almost 2,900 students at one point. We needed another house,
Where are we now?
around
26.
26.
Okay, I just, for me, the thing I'm trying to understand is what there's a question of, how many guidance counselors to have per house or something like that. But when you've got, it's like, why 5 versus 4? 4 worked in Greenwich High School for a long time. Like, what is it that we gained?
So it wasn't that big.
Okay.
It was in the 70s, but in the 80s and 90s, Greenwich High School wasn't that big.
But okay. So 1/3 of the decades you just mentioned, it was that big
Well,
and
yeah,
it worked.
It was.
Okay. I'm just trying to get yeah.
But, kids need more services than they needed in the 70s.
But isn't the main question of what you align it around? Like the logic of doing 4 is you say you're going to align them around an individual grade, right? Isn't that the idea? Is that what the idea is?
Yeah.
No, but that's the logic behind, we're unusual for doing what we do, right? With having 5 versus 4.
I don't know if we're unusual. I know other high schools in Connecticut.
You haven't looked
have
into,
a house plan.
okay, and they have 5 houses, that's a standard thing?
Yes, some of them do.
I don't think there's a standard.
It's an English thing.
But this is very important because you're talking about something.
Yeah.
You're talking and advocating relatively strongly for something.
Oh, yeah.
You don't even know what the other schools in Connecticut do, let alone the rest of the country.
Okay, so
Is that, sorry, you just told me you didn't. Did I get that wrong or?
I'm advocating for something very strongly that I believed in and this community believes in.
And I'm trying to understand.
Has believed in since we opened that second.
But you believe in it without a comparative basis? I'm trying to get like what it is that drives the belief.
Can we maybe, so,
Because it is.
well, I think maybe we have to do is what we should do is we should pull data, right? The other thing, I guess, what you're just saying, so I can understand.
Well,
follow.
we could pull data.
Yeah,
but
sorry, Jen,
as you
yeah.
saw from what we just presented, the house system works. Our scores are up. There's a reason for that.
Would you, I mean, I'm sorry.
May I say something?
Yeah.
And then Jen, and then.
As a math
everybody
teacher,
else.
do you think that statement holds up?
I just want to make sure everyone knows, both Ralph and I, we've been house administrators. So we have the experience of what goes into actually running a house and what it looks like. And the beauty of Greenwich High School, I've been here 25 years, so 22 of those years, we've had the 5 houses, is that you make a very large school feel small, right? That's always been the concept.
Our students know they go into any of the houses that they belong to. They have staff that's welcoming them. There are 3 counselors. There's a social worker. There's a psychologist. Ralph said, we meet, maybe during the report, every week. The teams meet for at least 2 hours to talk about all the students. 5 houses is working for us because they meet the students as 9th graders. They then still know them as 10th graders, continuing to 11th grade. If we went to only knowing them as 9th graders, I fear that we lose that connection about knowing about the students. So at any time during our weekly meetings, when we talk about students, we know them when they're juniors, we know what they were like in 9th grade. So there is something to be said. The families build that connection with the school counselor, possibly with the psychologist or social worker. If the student with the mental health situation that we're in these days, they get to build those connections and really get to understand the students, not just academically, but also as a person.
What about if, again, from
Can I
having,
just add one thing?
yeah,
So-
you can travel with the grade.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
think that's.
A lot of the, when you do the research on other schools that do this, a lot of them do that.
I think that actually that's kind of the impression I thought that you were proposing was actually following them with the grade. Go ahead, Jen.
Well, as a guidance counselor, I worked it both ways. I worked through a grade system and I worked through what we had in the high school it was a magnet system. So each guidance counselor was in charge of a magnet, which follows the house principle where you're getting cutting across the grade levels and you're getting to know the families, et cetera, and watching them go through. That being said, I think and there's pros and cons to both. There really, in my opinion, there really are. What I think maybe would help us to look exactly what you were just explaining, right? What are the benefits that you see for the house system? They're getting services. We're meeting with the kids. I think maybe a broader understanding of how the house structure really works. I mean, I know you went through it, right? But to understand, is it numbers? You know, because that will alleviate some, right? Every guidance counselor, I guess, has what, 180 per one. And then if you took a house away, then you're putting other numbers, right? So, you know, I think it's helpful to see it from what your day-to-day things are, the support staff that you have, the, you know, weekly meetings, you know, just something that shows the cohesiveness of a house, right? And the benefits for the kids. I think would also provide us with data points to look at, right? As opposed to a traditional 9 through 12 and how that would work or wouldn't work with a system that you would have in place, if that makes sense, right? Because you wouldn't probably just, I don't know, maybe you could just have your social worker or psychologist move up with the grade. Yes.
No, we probably just should add another retreat.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that. I mean, it's
Seriously,
fascinating.
I mean.
Because I find it fascinating. Because I'm just wondering too, like if I know, I want to be a part of this. No, because maybe I don't understand it well enough and I've through one high school. Well, I guess the high school I went to was much smaller, but you know, are you almost like the Clark House becomes like the class of 2030? Is that kind of like the way you're saying it? Like, I mean, it's not really, I think we might be talking past one another. To me, it seems like it's semantics a little bit. No?
Well, you only have 4 years though in the high school. So
Okay, sorry. So there's an extra house, but if you were to like realign, in theory, if there were 4, you are talking about the same thing. No? Like you're basically following.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay. Yes, except for the one math change, I understand your point, but otherwise you're just sort of realigning them with the grade, not unlike the middle school situation.
Is there an
Yes, but you're right, another retreat.
appetite for it at the high school? To move from, I mean, I got a feeling in the spring, but I mean,
Let me
from
just give you an
the.
example too. So Jen, there's a bunch of people every year, well, once a year anyway, 50-year reunions. They want a tour of the high school. The first thing they want to know is why the houses aren't in the same place when they were in high school. Okay, they're so connected to that. They were so connected to their house. They want to know why I move things around. Well, it costs $20,000 for moving fees, so I just changed the meters instead. But that's the explanation. But they were connected, and I was connected to my house.
But see, I think that's the devil's advocate aspect, Ralph, is that that's not necessarily what we're hearing from parents now, is that their kids are not, it's not the high school as a whole. They're not really connected to their house. They don't have classes in the house. They're not doing a lot that you would see in a house structure. I mean, I always think of Harry Potter, you know, but if the English Australian systems, that's how they're set up. But you're having competitions, you're doing all this fun stuff, house to house. We don't do that. And we probably did, I'm sure, when it was first put in, because I'm sure being in New England, probably a lot that came over from England where it originated with this structure. So I think that's part of why it's bubbling up now and we're having this great conversation. Could we actually, just because it's different doesn't mean we're not going to support as much. I think it's a good conversation, but
The original house system was Hogwarts, right?
my husband, I mean, in Australia, because, you know, obviously they use an English system. So he was in a high school of 4,000 students and they all had houses and they competed. And I mean, that's that's just the system if you're overseas, but it's, you know, not as common here, but that doesn't mean that you can't think differently. And I think that's just what the board has been doing, is trying to process, are we supporting our kids as much as we could? And the kids say they want to see more school spirit. Is there a way to actually do that? And maybe it is the house structure that we have. And let's get back to what they used to do, you know, 30 years ago, because people did feel differently about their houses than our kids do now, according to what they're telling their parents and conversations kids are having. Yeah.
When I was there, the house had no meaning or attachment.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we could.
But everybody has a different experience, and that's that. And that's what you're saying.
Right.
So some people in the community are not, their kids aren't, but you know what? That's the function of, you know, putting in a 113A class, 3 sections, they're not housed. So they may not ever have a class in their house. But when we first opened, the 9th and 10th grade English and social studies classes were in the house. So it's a function of the schedule as well.
You're right. That's the everything is sort of changed.
Well, I mean, an AP didn't exist.
If you didn't exist.
I mean,
Exactly.
yeah.
No, and that's why it's okay to take a step back and sort of say like, what's good for now? I mean, I'm not saying it is or it's not, but we can't be.
Do you want me to rush through this?
Yeah, so why don't we do that? I honestly think, especially without, I mean, I think Michael Joseph and Karen would love this conversation. So I think that this is great that we've kicked it off. We might have to add a retreat, but let Karen decide that. So, okay. Last thing.
Yeah, so the last item is really looking at the scheduling piece. And again, this is one that's bubbled up, and I have acknowledged, according to board policy or regulation, the chatgpt.com reference. We are supposed to, so I'm doing what I was supposed to, modeling good behavior. And partially, I was so thrilled because I went to Ben and Patrick and said, okay, I need some calculations. And I'm like, my head is spinning trying to calculate. And Ben was like, well, why don't we use ChatGPT? I was like, oh, okay. So we got some really good info and then went back into it. So what the comparison is looking at the 8 block drop 2, which is what we use, versus just a regular 7 block day. I'm not going to get really in the weeds. You can take this home and read it. But basically what happens on a daily basis is every class meets every day. So, you know, there's pros and there's cons to that. Your periods become a little bit less. When you see where it says instructional minutes per course, your periods would be about, right now we're at 55, it'd be around 47, I think it is, minutes. But over an 8-day cycle, you actually gain instructional minutes. So you actually have about 14% more instructional time, which in things like AP can be positive. The other things is when you look at like a 7 period versus a drop 2, and again, this is all just doing the research stuff. In 7 period, it's easier to like get rid of like generic study halls, to get your like your duties more in line, and have a better use of your staff, your non-certified and your certified. And when you look at the study hall and duties on page 3, right at the top, it's talking about the drop to, and it creates more scattered free blocks. And we definitely see that, and staff, which often become supervised study halls, which means that you end up diluting your certified staff because you have them plugged into things like these study halls and other things. Doesn't mean you don't offer it, but it just, that's what happens on this type of schedule. So when you're talking about scheduling efficiency, you know, there's the pros and cons, again, I've already said that. It's a simpler calendar, but I'll go right down to the bottom on like, what are some of the value added? And again, this has even come up at like PTA. So provides more opportunity for AM and PM, things like work study, career pathway opportunities. It's very difficult for our students to, like, if you wanted to do an afternoon career tech, or you wanted to go and do like an internship at, you know, at Porsche or somewhere like that in the afternoons, because we rotate, our schedule rotates. Visiting professors, bringing in Wall Street executives to teach like a course along with the teacher, literally teach a course. It's hard on a rotating schedule because they can't get their schedules lined up. Daily support for math, and especially for kids that really need more support. It's hard to not have math on a daily basis. They do get more instructional time throughout the year. It's about 14% more on a 7 block. And then if you miss a day, like for snow, every block is impacted equally because everybody misses. So that can be a bonus. It also makes greater efficiency for sharing staff, almost impossible for us. And we do have some that we make work. And somebody had asked me about an example, and like French, for instance, we might have a high school French teacher that needs to go and teach French at JC because we have such little bit of French there, or at Central. And then this last one it was a big PTA discussion. I think it was last year when they were talking about scheduling. And I don't remember honestly if it came up during the budget or not, but it had to do with modifying shortened days. And this was in the conversation started with a parent who had a student who actually is an AP level student that had significant health issues. And when they were coming back from the hospital, they really needed to be on a partial day and then start to build back up. We can't really do that. And right now we're seeing more students who are dysregulated. And I think, you know, we mentioned that tonight. So if you really want to be on a modified day, and maybe they're going to their therapist three mornings a week or something, you can't really utilize a modified day, which can be very, very helpful, especially in areas like special education and mental health. And but again, it's just you're comparing one to the other. There's no perfect way to do it. That's just the data that goes along with it.
Why it would be better getting to look at doctors.
Well, and the reason it came up is, so let's say we're integrating a student who's been in the hospital for a variety of reasons. Could be cancer, it could be for any reason. And they really need to build back up not only stamina, but come back in and be able to take, I just need them to take 4 courses right now, not a full schedule. For our students, because it rotates, you can't just say, okay, they're going to have a schedule that they're going to be there from 8 to 12 or 8 to 11:30. Yes. Yeah. So again, and when it gets into internships and things like that, have a more 21st century schedule, which I would love to be able to see more of our students have opportunities to go and do things like cybersecurity off-site, or be able to go to UConn and have, tap into some resources at the University of Connecticut in Stanford. It's hard for us to do that with our schedule. I mean, our schedule was put in 1980, and, things look very, very different back then than
After
they
the
do today.
houses.
Yeah.
I had a nightmare this past year. I can't remember exactly when, where I was in Greenwich High School and I was trying to figure out which day it was, because this is like my letters, right? And I couldn't find out. And so I knew I had to be in a class and I couldn't figure out which class. This was like a nightmare I had this year.
Well, and again, I think that's why the board's discussing this, because you're all out with the parent community, but there are students who, and I think more so now, find it difficult to keep up organizationally with rotating schedule. I mean, it can be stressful for some students, but.
So my big question, which I'm probably echoing Karen first here, is, so aren't there some kids that use all 8 blocks?
So I actually we pulled the data on that, and for our 11th and 12th graders, who are the heavy hitters, we average 6 classes, 6.3. Very few of them. Last year we had, where did I write this down? Let me find my notes. Last year we had, I think it was 6 juniors. Yeah. So we had 6 12th graders who actually took like around 8.5. But most of those are because they go into independent study. And like, when you look at their schedules, they're very unusual. And then we had 1 senior who took like 8. But again, we think how big our class sizes are. The average is 6 and 6.3. And so on a 7-block day, everybody can take 7, and you still have the capacity, if you want to do independent study or something else, that's what the average student is taking. And I've always heard actually they took 8.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to pull the data on it. I didn't pull it. I had somebody do it for me, but.
So just a couple things, unintended consequences if we decide to do something like this. Students are gonna have to wait to take classes. They're not gonna be able to take classes when they want to take them. It's just not gonna happen. We had the schedule before. Students there's popular courses at Greenwich High School. The seniors are gonna be able to get those first before the juniors. And so that's one of the nice things about the current schedule. Most of the kids can get what they want when they want to take it. That's not going to happen with this kind of schedule. There's also no opportunity in a 7, if you're fully scheduled for all 7 blocks, to get any extra help during, my God, 11:25. Here we go. So
It's 11:30.
Okay.
So send me questions on this.
And I'm 72, pal. So there you go. So anyway. So just there is and one of the nice things about that's our schedule right now is you can get extra help during the day. So just 2 things that I could throw out there right now. We also could.
I think you could, Ralph. You just can't have the number of opens and that kids have now. And I'm not saying that opens aren't okay, but I think we have too many.
Well,
But
I don't know. I'm not going to comment on that. The only thing I'm going to say is that if we wanted to put static blocks in the morning in the current schedule and 7 and 8 in the afternoon, we can certainly do that. And that would give us some of the same things that you talked about, Dr. Jones.
Yeah.
Can I add one more thing? Just a question that comes to my mind. I think about our students who have disabilities and they have what we call academic lab. I just wonder how that fits in with them taking all their courses plus this other class that's required on their IEPs.
I don't think they're going to have trouble because again, those kids are only taking 6. So you still have a whole block that's open. And some of them, I bet you if I go and pull some of them, they may not even have 6. But so it would from a number standpoint, it wouldn't affect them. But it certainly, and maybe what we want to do is have Aspen run all the requests through a 7-block day.
Let's see what it looks
And they could probably run it through the dummy system. And I have the contact and it's the same guy that we were working with before, so.
And very different types of students.
Well, we have the requests like from this year. So what they would do is they would take all those student requests and then they would throw them in a 7-block day, a dummy schedule that's not on our system messing us up. And then they would tell us what it looks like and we would see what the percentage efficiency is. But again, all of this stuff is coming. I hope it's not like hate Dr. Jones Day tomorrow, because these are all discussions that again started last spring. And some of these items, I mean, they were on GOSA and GEA's lists. And, you know, there was a lot of heavy duty discussion last spring. And I think there will be this year
Yeah.
again.
And I mean, and I honestly, I think it's a good thing because like you said, most of it came out of budget savings and that's not a good reason to be having these discussions.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm thankful that discussion's starting.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'm not thankful that it's 11:30.
well,
but-
I know, I think we can, I think, you know, I'll ask Karen. I suspect she'll want to be a part of this. So maybe we add something, but, all right. Laura, thank you. Do we have anything? Do you have a motion?
I have a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to, you want to second that, Jen? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. For you?